take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go, I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush, I'ma still be here tomorrow. Had to take my chances, baby, I just struck the lotto. And I'll be so gone, don't know where I go wrong. Don't remember last night, I blame it on the bottle. And I'm just living life, I would rather not question it. All the time invested, you could see that we was next to win. Over anything, I'll still be right here when they gone. I just had to put you in the sun, don't get me wrong. They all say I'm way too young, baby, I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go, I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go, I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush, I'll still be here tomorrow. Here to take my chances, baby, I just struck the lotto. And I'll be so gone on where I go wrong. Yo, that sweet has me back. Welcome back, gang, man. I love the intro song for this setup, man. That was the OG Pocket Locker opening and closing song. What's up, Crystal? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, we're just chilling, gang. We're gonna do some racing, listen to some Uncle Bobby. Let's go ahead and get into it, man. I got my beer here. Cheers to everybody. Get a nice sip of that going. Got some edibles. Got some weed. Oh, man, we're ready to have a happy Saturday. Crystal, so good to see you. Hopefully the gang will join us soon. We're in Gather. We're hanging out at the Casino Theater and Arcade. I'm looking at the wrong. But look, y'all can see it right there. Boom. We're hanging out at the malt shop. All right, let's listen to some fucking Uncle Bobby. By the way, tomorrow should be hosting a blackout with Uncle Bobby on the Pocket Locker channel. Look forward to that.
All right, welcome to another episode of Gin and Truth. I'm the captain of this ship, Robert motherfucking Reed.
Robert.
I got a tumble full of Hendrix. I got a mind full of thoughts. Let's go.
Also, that's how Uncle Bobby is saved in my phone. Uncle Bobby is saved in my phone as Robert motherfucking Reed. I swear to y'all, it's awesome.
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit. Right off the bat, nigger. There, I said it.
I said it.
Yeah, you know how it works in Uncle Bobby land. Uncle Bobby saw some shit, so now Uncle Bobby has to rant about some shit.
The N-word. Can't believe we're having this conversation in 2023.
I have made this very, 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 very clear. My stance on that word. Apparently, according to the rule book, black people can say it without consequence. White people, you can say it, but there's a better than average chance you may catch some
consequences.
Motherfucking consequences, whatever that
Got
is.
some energy drink here.
Now, gang, I told you all before, so let's just kind of run it down. In the beginning of my Twitter,
thank you. I've had so much fun at this game.
You want to call it.
We've been having so much fun racing, but we got to win this Nürburgring race.
And the back and the forth and the blase and the flavonoids, trying to explain the history of the word and why and they shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. There's not a person listening to this video. There's not a person not listening to this video that is not 100% aware about the weight behind that word.
That's right.
Give me a fucking break.
That's right.
People know what it means.
I've had friends try to play stupid about it, too.
People know who should say it, and people know who
Oh, it's just a word. Why are you getting so upset about a word? I don't think you should let the word have that much power over you.
Right? And I still... Right, this video that I'm gonna play that's all kinds of fucked up, gang. It's not just the video. I still hear my white brothers and sisters asking me the age-old question, and that is,
why can't I say it?
That when a black person uses the word nigger, it's okay, but if I use it,
tell me you want to call me a nigger without telling me you want to call me a nigger.
I failed to hear a fucking question. Right, you're fucking
gang, we're doing the gummies.
Right, and then I remember one thread. It was the thread that broke me.
We're in grown folks mode. Weed, alcohol,
and it was this back and forth about
rage, video games,
and it got to a point. I was like, you know what? Fine, fuck it.
What I call a fucking Saturday
it's
up
a
in
double
this bitch.
standard. I get to say it. You apparently don't get to say it without the possibility of consequences. So I'm going to tell you what. Flex the fucking double standard.
Why would you want to say it exactly?
If you actually think
Carrie Ann Chrysler's in the house.
That big of an injustice that the double standard is
the
just
flight crew is here.
Fucked up. Why is it I can't call you a nigger, Robert?
Drivers just getting warmed up.
And that's when I said, it's like, go ahead. Be the idiot.
And then we're gonna hit this track and go fast. Try not to smash.
Honestly and truly believe that you are so downtrodden, that the world is so fucked up, that you can't use the word nigger without the possibility of consequence. If it's keeping you up that much, I'm going to tell you something. Black people have worked harder for less. We've sacrificed quite literally our fucking lives, Jack.
You already know. You can say it.
Right?
You're just going to have to deal with the 5 minutes after.
I want to see the white person version of Martin Luther, the motherfucking king. I do. And I've used this example before. I want to see the white person version of the fucking March on Selma, right? The I have a dream speech. If it means that much to you, if you feel like you're being gypped that much, go make a change. I've got a dream. I have a dream. I have a dream that one day my little white kids can walk up to the face of any black person and call them a nigger without any fucking consequences.
Dang, just look at the beauty of this game. Hang on. because of the licensing, right? You just get such an accurate representation of the track. You see like the factory garages with their names on them. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that grandstand with the fans. You see the Mercedes building in the back. Like there's a Mercedes building. There's the AMG. Like this game is such a tribute to motorsports. And I hate to say it, but when you're racing in the car, you have no time to appreciate it. You're like, fuck it. I am trying to win and trying not to die. But I hope you guys enjoy watching this game. There's so many games, but y'all know I got my PS5, I don't know, not even a month or two ago, right? So I'm still in this whole new world of the next generation consoles and all of the details. And the screen is beautiful. Yeah. Oh, I don't even have y'all on the damn screen. Look at me. I'm over here hyping up a track you guys can't see. What an asshole.
The coming of the Lord. If it means that much to you, make a change. Get your monkey ass off of social media. Stop asking me stupid questions.
Where's you gonna leave it there
face.
for a while?
If you feel there's a double standard, if you feel like there's this massive injustice, go change it. Knock yourself out.
Yeah.
But one thing I do want to address before
we
start
airplane mode, everybody, and then we're gonna hit it.
It's gonna be a short one. I just got to get this off my chest. Every once in a while, this pisses me off. The wording is wrong. Gang, the wording is wrong. And by that, I mean white people.
Yeah, they are. All right, here we go. What happened to Uncle Bobby? Hang on.
People can't say it. That's not true. This isn't like the 29th Amendment, right? There's no law. I just belched, #unprofessional. There's no law that says
here we go.
White people can't call black people niggers. You can absolutely do it. On top of you can absolutely do it, white people have been doing it for hundreds of fucking years. Hundreds of years. So stop saying, well, why can't I say it? You can say it. You can say it. You have been saying it. It's a little bit not as cool as it used to be. But again, no one's stopping you. There's no law, right? And then I want to address the quote-unquote confusion factor, right? Because I've heard this argument. I still hear this argument. I just don't address it anymore, be it online or in person. Robert,
I gotta get
my kids are really confused, right? They hear it in the rap music all the time. So how is it that they can, again, I don't know who the fucking Drake or whoever the fuck, does he use a word? I couldn't name a single Drake song if you paid me $1 million per fucking syllable, Jack. That is exactly how out of touch I am and want to be out of touch with today's music. Today's music sucks the left nut. Please go fuck yourself. Right.
Yeah, it's gonna take us a couple runs through.
How is it, Robert, that my son or daughter can listen to Drake say the word nigger and then not turn around and say it to you? They're so confused. Okay. First and foremost, let's get down to the nuts and bolts of that fucked up ass talking point. Because that's all it is a fucking talking point. Like I said, when I was talking about how it is, the wording is wrong. Well, why can't I say it? You can. And you always have. Quite literally for centuries. You have. Right? Hey, how do you know where to hear? Just fucking. If your kid hears a single word in a song, then wants to turn around and call me a nigger, it's not because Drake influenced him. It's because your son or daughter's a fucking racist. Right? But on top of that, okay, again, white people have been calling black people nigger for centuries. For literal fucking centuries. White people have been calling black people nigger literally since the early 1700s, Jack. It's 2023 at the time of this recording. Do the fucking math. White people have been calling black people niggers for centuries, but apparently it was not a problem until the mid-'80s when NWA put that shit on wax. Someone explain that to me. These motherfuckers. Right? Because I do hear, well, Robert, it's in the music and it's influencing my kid to use the word nigger. You know what it is? I never hear, gang. Like, I never fucking hear. Like, I've never heard this once before a day in my life. I've never heard, Robert, how do I get my son or daughter to stop calling black people niggers or use the word nigger? Their dad says it all the time. Robert, I say it all the time. Their brothers and sisters say it all the time. Their aunt and uncles, cousins, they say it all the time. Their grandparents still call people niggers and coloreds, spooks and spirit chunkers. Robert, how do I get my white child to not use the word nigger when the white family members and the circle of friends use it all the time? No, apparently it's black people's fault. Explain that one to me. Don't even fucking try. Again, white people have been calling black people niggers for literal centuries. But now all of a sudden, it's my fault. I don't think so. That's not how this shit works. Now, gang, let's go ahead. You know what time it is. We're going to Autobots transform.
And roll out.
And
then we gotta
roll out. Okay. So, gang, Uncle Bobby saw this fucked up ass tweet by fuckface Matt Walsh. You know I'm getting the big screen Matt Walsh. Okay. And again, Uncle Bobby, why are you responding to this professional provocateur? I've said this before, gang. One person's joke is a million other people's battle cry. Except I don't think this is a joke from Matt Walsh. And more importantly, again, I still hear this. And when I say I, that means other black people hear shit like this. Now, gang, this video is all kinds of fucked up. So we're going to go over here and we're going to blow up Shuate because I want you guys, hold on.
And it is again.
Yeah, let's go ahead and blow this screen all the way up because Matt Walsh is a piece of shit. And I want you guys to smell his stench through the fucking screen. Okay, you guys can see that. I wanted to come back and check. So that's fuckface, the transphobe, Matt Walsh. And on top of being transphobic, he's a racist sack of shit. So I'm gonna tell you something, gang. Again, at this stage of the game, you know. And you're not asking for clarification, you're asking for permission. Yep. As a white person, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. You know not to call black people. You do. You want my permission, and I'm not gonna give it to you. Roll the tape.
And it is again a decision that no one can logically or morally defend. The idea that there's a word
Yikes.
that cannot be uttered under any circumstance.
Pause the tape. What did I say? You can't say it. You may absolutely
I'm all like racing with
say
these
it.
dudes, like I know the track.
But again, your actions carry a 5 minutes after. They do. There's no law saying that you can't call black people that word. Because white people have. For hundreds of years. So stop saying can't. Roll the tape.
Dance is completely insane. And it is not something that there's no other word in the English language or any other language in existence that we have those kinds of rules. There's other words that are slurs. There are words.
Pause the tape. He's absolutely right. That word's a little bit unique, but I still don't recommend that you go to one of my Mexican brothers or sisters and use the word wetback. I don't think that's
Wayne
good.
was telling me there's like, I don't know, like 170.
I don't think you go to one of my Vietnamese brothers and sisters
in this
or call them a
goddamn
gook.
course or something.
I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think you should go to one of my Jewish family members and say the word kike. I'm not telling you something bad's going to happen to you. I just think you're increasing your odds of it happening if you call people fucking slurs. Yeah, the word nigger may carry a different weight, but I still don't think you should go around calling people fucking out of their name. Call me crazy. Roll the tape. I mean, go fuck yourself. I've paid a penalty for it.
Seriously.
I called Ben Shapiro a fucking coward, and I suffered consequences for it, gang. I did. I told you, I don't and I can't make money off of these videos. I called him, Ben Shapiro, I called him a fucking coward. I called Larry Elder a super coon, and I suffered consequences. I called Candace Owens a coon on Twitter. Okay? I put COON, I hit the send button. My thumb could not get off of my screen before I got the notice that I will now spend 7 days in Twitter timeout. We all play the game by someone else's rules. Period. End of story. You can absolutely, again, no one is stopping you. Just like you cannot stop the 5 minutes after. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
Words that we would consider vulgarity and profanity, and all kinds of words that I don't say on this show, because we try not to use profanity and vulgarity on the show. Words that I don't think you should use, words that you shouldn't use around kids and so on, and all kinds of words like this. But there's no other word that we would say, well, under no circumstance at all.
That's not true. That is not true. That is, pause the tape. That is very Daily Wire. Right? Again, fuckface Ben Shapiro. They operate on these extremes. Again, if I sit here and make the statement that beef is my favorite cut of meat, people at the Daily Wire, their response would be, so what you're saying is people who like chicken
I was like,
are
there's
pieces
no
of
way
shit,
we're
right?
gonna be able to
No,
get
that's not what I said. I
places.
simply said, I like beef.
All right, here we go. We gotta start
Right,
racing.
again, what? Listen to what he said.
I probably should have finished that run, but
uttered, even in the context of quotes at all, can it even be uttered?
Again, he's taking it to extremes.
And certainly there's no...
Again, this all or nothing.
Right,
this, I'm immune to consequences. Again, that is very, very Daily Wire-like. Again, you know, stop acting like this is new information. It's not. Yeah, this video's got me a little bit frazzled. Can you tell? Again, I am not Terrence Williams. I am not the Officer Tatum. I'm not a super coon. I'm not even a regular coon. I grew up south of the Mason-Dixon line. I've told y'all, the first person to call me a nigger was my kindergarten teacher. I was so young I didn't know what it meant. So I got a little bit of a relationship with this fucking topic, right? So again, freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences, gang. You may absolutely say whatever the fuck it is you want to say, but just like I got my ass snatched up, you can possibly get your ass snatched up for saying anything. Again, we always play a game by someone else's rules. This is roll the tape.
But there's no other word that we would say, well, under no circumstance at all can it even be uttered, even in the context of quotes.
Pause the tape. Not true. Not true. Again, those that have quoted it, white people that have, they take a chance. They 100% take a chance. Sometimes you roll the dice, bam, what seems to be the problem?
That's too much.
Sometimes you roll the dice, and there are consequences to be paid. But at the end of the day, you're still rolling dice. Ted Danson put on blackface for whatever award show that was. And even though he was dating Whoopi Goldberg, he got trashed. Robert Downey Jr. did it in Tropic Thunder. Thunderous fucking applause. And you know what? I don't owe you a fucking explanation as to why one bothered me while the other one made me laugh. I don't owe you shit. I don't. Right? Everyone who dons blackface is taking a chance. Everyone who says the word nigger, who's not black, you are taking a chance. Stop acting like this is brand new information. It's not. Roll the tape.
And certainly there's no other word where we would say, well, judging on your skin pigment, if it's this shade.
Pause the tape. Go fuck yourself, you whiny little bastard. Okay? Again, if we're going to have this conversation, then again, membership has its privileges. It does. He's going to say, okay, so if you're this color, you can say, shut the fuck up. Again,
that was
white
terrible.
people, you've always been able to say it. Yeah, because you always
got a little too excited. No excuses.
If we're going to have this membership has its privileges conversation, let's have it.
Gotta remember how much this course bites back.
I'm thinking about a couple that I've literally known for 23 years. I have watched all of their kids grow up, and I think in season 2, I've used this example. They trust me so much that I go on dates with his wife. He has teased me before, like if he's gonna go out of town for business, right, and he sees me, it's like, you motherfucker, you're gonna take my wife on a date, aren't you, you little bastard, right? I'm like, you goddamn right, I'm gonna wine and dine your wife. This guy knows that I would throw myself in front of a fucking truck before I touched his wife inappropriately. He trusts me with his wife. I trust myself with his wife. More importantly, she trusts me. I've never kissed her. I've never slapped her ass. I've never flirted with her. We have been brotherly and sisterly, quite literally, since the day we met. Truth. I just assume they have a vibrant sex life. He's handsome, she's good looking. I don't want the details. I just assume they do some fucking. Okay. So when, let's call them the Johnson family. When Mr. Johnson fucks Mrs. Johnson, it's called sex because membership has its privileges. They are a monogamous couple. They do not swing. They do not wife swap. They don't partner swap. They don't have threesomes. He is only allowed to park his car in her garage. Her garage is only open to his car. Whatever the fuck it is they do, it's because they are part of the Johnson Club. Period in the story. And when they do it, it's called sex. Now, if I were to cross that line, even if I did the exact same thing to his wife that he does in the exact same order, she had an orgasm at the exact same if everything was the same, it wouldn't be sex. It would be called an affair. Membership has its privileges, gang. He's allowed to have sex with his wife. He's part of the club. I can't enter that club. Or I'm sorry, if she and I were to cross that line, we've made a choice to do something that can bring possible consequences. Now, he may never find out. Or he may find out and divorce, ruin my professional relationship. There's a whole bunch of consequences. Everything's got a 5 minutes after. Gang. I'm black. I'm part of the club. I paid my fucking dues. I've got my membership. So when I see my boy, hey, what's up, Diggs? What's going on? I can do it. He's not going to be racially insulted. But when your white son or daughter does it, hi, nigger, he may get a little bit salty about that. And we don't owe you a motherfucking explanation. We don't. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
You can't say it at all under any
can.
circumstance. But if it's a little bit of a darker shade, then say it all the time, and it's totally fine. So,
pause the tape. What seems to be the problem? You're absolutely right. Yeah, right. there are some things that I can do that you just can't. Welcome to the real world. And again, if you feel that slighted, if you really feel like it's just that unfair, go make a change. Change the world. You can do it. Roll the tape.
There's no context where it can be said over here. There is no context where it can't be said over here. And we are going to decide that based on how Dr. said it. Makes no sense.
Pause the tape. Makes no sense? No. Matt Walsh is looking for permission. Gang, let's go back to fucking street. Matt Walsh is let's get his fucked up ass face up here. Hold on. Here you go.
Those kinds of rules.
Pause the tape. Look at that. Look at his fucked up ass face right there. The only thing that face is missing is a hood. Get that icon, that fucking whatever you want to call it, the Matt Walsh, get it out of there. There should be a cross and it should be burning. I told you, boom, and right there, and boom. My monkey ass is John Madden. I got a telestrator now. Put a hood on that face. Replace the Mount Walsh show with a burning cross right there. Because if at this stage of the game, you are still making this fucked up ass argument, it's not. It's because you're looking for permission. And I'm not going to give it to you. You don't need an explanation at this stage of the game, my white family members. You just don't. King Uncle Bobby's only giving you one big motherfucking problem. So as a result, Uncle Bobby's giving you one big motherfucking solution. Still wondering why white people can't say the word nigger? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's not that you can't. You can. And you always have. Hell, did I hang the asterisks? Let's hang the fucking asterisks. What the fuck? Asterisks, not all my white family members, I know that. But for these fuck faces, we're gonna take them down right here, right now. You may absolutely say it. Again, at this stage, you are not looking for an explanation. You are looking for permission. You know the weight behind the word nigger. You know the history behind the word nigger. There is no confusion. Again, the wording, we need to start there. Why can't white people say it? You can. You can. I'm not giving you permission, but you can say it. You always have. What's stopping you now? Oh, you're starting to realize that there's a 5 minutes after. Now, gang, I will never, and I gotta throw this in before I end today's show. I will never, and I mean never, ever, will I apologize for liking, commenting on, and retweeting the videos that I see on Twitter where some racist sucker gets knocked the fuck out. I won't apologize. I won't. You will never get me to feel more sorry for the racist white person. And yeah, I fucking said it. There are no excuses. Again, I've been in a mental facility. For everyone who wants to sit here and say, well, Robert, that's mental illness. I have spent time in a mental facility. I have. And not a single time did anyone ever call me a nigger. Not a single time. And these people weren't diagnosed over Twitter for some 20-second video. These people were taking handfuls of mental health medication every fucking day, and that's just to be not even kind of close to fucking normal. Half of us there have tried to take our lives. We were fucking failure at it, right? Everyone in there was all kinds of mentally fucked up. And when they saw me, they said, hey, big guy. I said, hey, Baron. Hey, Ann, how's it going? No one once ever called me a nigger while I was in there. Not a single fucking time. This isn't a mental health issue. This is a fucking racism issue. It is. And so when I'm sitting there watching a video, you're a nigger, nigger, you can't do anything to me, nigger. You can't do, yoink. And then when I comment on it, right? Over a word, but you didn't shut the fuck up. Everyone knows what that word means. Everyone knows what that word does to black people. I'm not telling you something bad's gonna happen, but you have remarkably increased your odds of something bad happening to you. I've never once gotten upset because someone called me Chris and someone called me Robert. Hey, big guy, how's it going? Hey, Uncle Bobby. I say, hey, what's going on? I do get a little bit pissed off when someone calls me a nigger. So stop acting like this was this enormous news flash. Again, white people have been calling black people nigger for literal centuries. For over 300 years, white people have called black people nigger. But apparently it was not a problem until the mid-'80s when rappers started using it. I don't think so. If you struggle with calling black people niggers, it's for one reason and one reason only. You're racist. You're a racist sack of shit. And you're not my friend. Stop acting like this is some big news flash. Black people say the word nigger, it means something different from when white people do. That's not a news flash. People already know it. And the only people who struggle with this topic are racist sacks of shit. All right, gang, the big guy's held you long enough. He's signing the fuck off. Gin and Truth, let's go.
I wanted it, and then I got distracted thinking about having it. That was a great episode. We got another one. Boom. Let's keep this.
All right, welcome to another episode of Gin and Truth. I'm the captain of this ship.
Cheers,
Robert
gang.
Motherfucking Reed. Got a tumble full of
We're
Hendrix.
gonna rip and sip everything
Let's
over
go.
here. A little bit more energy drink. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good.
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit. We're going to go right.
I'm a happy bear.
We're going to dive right into the meat of today's rotted sandwich. And gang, that's the fuck face over at the Daily Disciple. Now, there are times when I feel like I am punching down when I talk about the fuck face over at the Daily Disciple. But apparently you guys are asking, no, you're not. Uncle Bobby, shut the fuck up. I just want to say it. Gang, the reason why I can't fuck with this dude too terribly often is because he is honestly and truly one of the biggest examples
whatever at work means,
of a Christian sycophant I've ever seen. And I bullshit you not. That's not hyperbole.
I am all the way
This
off.
guy elevates reprobate to a whole nother level.
I hope you can join me
Despite
soon.
his soft tone, the smiles, he hates himself. Gang, the videos I've done on him, that where he talks about, you know, his sexual desires, he hates. And this is a young dude, gang, and kind of a handsome young man. He should be sticking his dick in anything and everything that will allow him to stick his dick in it. But gang, he is tortured, and he gets off. Gang, he absolutely, positively gets off on flogging himself, and it's hard to watch. That's why again, it's easy material. It is. We're going to talk about him today, but I got to pump the brakes on this fuckface because it's hard for me to sit here and watch someone hate himself so hard and do it with a smile. I'm about to huck a loogie, gang. I'm going to huck a fucking loogie. Maybe not. Back on topic. The allergies, it's getting humid. It's real fucked up down here in Central Texas. Let's rock and roll. Come on. But gang, it was one of the shows. I think I've hung up on this guy like twice during my shows. When I hung up, I mean, pause the tape, in the tape. Literally can't take any more of this. But
last race of the championship. This is like such a good way to end this.
He was talking. What was it? He was responding.
I'm like, what else is
to a video? The way I do, the way we all do it, right? And the entire time, and again, we all do it as YouTubers. You kind of get stuck on something like fuckface. But for this one video, his thing was, what? Right? And so, what was that fucking example?
Gotta try to maintain.
But it was something along the lines of, you know, God's going to, I guess maybe the person on the video was like,
so that we can pass
I'm a
through
good person, so God's going to give me grace. Right? And his response was like, what? We're all
but then
fucked
you gotta
up.
maintain speed.
You think you get good things because you
so
deserve
you don't lose position.
What? No, you're fucked up.
Pace.
I'm fucked
it's just
up.
Such a mess.
Everyone deserves to get fucked up
you
by
just
God.
Always gotta
the
do
fact
more,
that
faster,
he even
better.
Looks at our monkey ass. I mean, he should pull his pants down and take a big godly shit on all of us. We suck. We're horrible. Oh, we all just need to get fucked up. And I'm like, dude, I mean, all this shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? Again, gang, I've said it before, and that is the best part about Christianity is that it requires zero commitment. Zero. You just have to say that you're a piece of shit, you're a guilty sinner. Thank God, literally thank God that he killed his son for you, right? I mean, this is, where was, I mean, I'm all fucked up. Where was I going with that? Yeah, fuck, I just keep rolling. But literally, thank God, you know, that Jesus was sacrificed. It takes no commitment. Way to go, alcohol. But you don't practice this. Christians, you don't. You do not parent your kids the way that God apparently parents us. And if you knew someone who did, and if you were any human, much less a parent, you would call the fucking cops. You would. You don't buy into this because you don't actually practice this. Now, the Daily Disciple may be a different story, right? Again, this fuckface is filled with self-loathing. But gang, I found a fucking video. I was like, you know what? We got to fucking talk about this one. Now, let's go ahead and Autobots transform and roll out. All right, we're gonna share this motherfucking screen. Okay, you guys about to see why it is I chose this video. Okay, so for right now, you know I'm gonna take the fucking center stage. Can you guys see that? Therapist slams Christianity for trauma. You want to know why that therapist slammed Christianity for being traumatic? Because it's fucking traumatic, gang. Think about the emotional burden that we put on kids. We literally tell kids, and apparently this is okay. And the real fucked up thing is, gang, if you're my age and my analytics tell me that you are, there was really no such thing as bullying when we went to school. Jack, you were there partly to learn shit, and the other part was to survive. Gang, the shit that we did in elementary school, junior high, and high school, you couldn't do a tenth of that shit today. You wouldn't. Your kids would be called a fucking bully. The victim would be in therapy. They'd be on all kinds of psychotropic drugs and shit. That's what we do when it's kid on kid. It's hot than a motherfucker. Right? With this, I gotta go get a fucking fan. It's fucking ridiculous back on top. That's what we do to kids. Gang, please go fuck yourself. I literally know cases to where this kid called that kid fat. You know what the kid who said that the word fat hurt their feelings? That kid was all kinds of fucked up. The community surrounded the kid. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm telling you the way at TI is right now.
I was trying to get my drift on through there, gang. I was like, we're going. Slide.
Like, oh,
we
my
slide.
son will never,
turn that bitch sideways. I don't know how to drift, gang. I can't fucking handle a car like that, but there's only one way to learn.
I'm not joking. I actually don't taste that.
That was fun.
That's what we do off of a single word.
It's only a virtual race.
When I was growing up, if the worst thing you had to endure was being called fat, that was
there were no $500,000
Jack.
cars harmed.
You guys remember public weigh-ins and lice checks? Oh yeah, you guys remember that? It was the beginning of the day, and like the other auditorium, and of course we're gonna check for lice, like at the cafeteria, because that's safe and sanitary. So for us, you had two lines. One school nurse on this side, the other on the other side. And then you would sit there and you step on the scale or get your lice checked, and the lines would intersect like that. You just go to the end of the other line. Now, one, at least in the 70s and the 80s, the chemicals that black people put in their hair, lice couldn't live in our hair. So just to kind of make it look like they're trying, they would just do like this. You're fine. For the black kids didn't get lice back then, right? Maybe they do now, but back the Afro Sheen, what's the shit? It was in the light brown bottle. No, the clear shit with the white top, that was about that big, fucking lifetime supply. That was Ultra Sheen. Then you had, about an 8-inch light brown bottle with the black lettering. What was that? That shit was Afro Sheen, Jack. You guys remember fucking Afro Sheen? Holy shit. You can fucking lube the chassis of any go fuck yourself. And we used to put that shit in our head. You guys remember that? Lice, literally, I'm not joking. Lice could not live in our hair. So you would just intersect. They spend like 9 hours on the white. You know the fucked up thing, gang? And I bullshit you not. Where I went to school, I really got to on the fan. When I can still talk. So when
holy shit, we're right.
The white kids, if you had lice, I'm about to say if you tested positive for lice. If you had lice, now keep in mind, this was the beginning of the day. They would take your standard issue 8x11 piece of paper, they fold that shit, and I'm not even close to bullshit. They fold it in thirds like this, and they would staple it, gang. I'm not bullshit. They would staple it onto your fucking shirt. They never said, Johnny has lice, but they didn't even send you home. This is renegade style, Jack. And you wore that scarlet letter all day long. I'm not even close to bullshit. Hey, hold on. Let's go on some fucking
oh yeah, let's go.
Oh. This is ridiculous. Pop with your fat ass. Okay, coming back. I don't know why I closed the fucking door. I'm in this house by my goddamn self. Okay, back on topic. Okay, come and find me, buddy. Come and find your dad. Back on topic. So my point bringing that up is, I remember 3rd grade, not only would they staple the letter to your shirt, they would call your weight out in front of everybody. In the 3rd grade, I was the first person to break 100 pounds. They spent the entire day, my schoolmates, they called me a whale all day long.
Holy shit.
Now I told y'all, I'm not even close to hold on. What, Mom? Move grass. There you go. That lady behind me, podcasters, you can't see her. That's my mom. The only person I've ever been concerned with pleasing is my mom. So when they were like, oh, you're a fat whale, here's my reaction. I literally did not care. My mom thought I was the coolest shit on the planet. So I'm like, this fuckface, you're a fucking whale. I didn't care. But I'm pretty sure I was rare. Right? Imagine what the average kid emotionally would go through if that was their fate, right? My point in that really long diatribe again, we would circle that kid to protect their feelings. And that's just when someone is called fat. But yet we take that exact same child who is called fat, and then we take their monkey ass to church. Then what do we tell them? Now there's a God that sees everything you do. There, no, Johnny. No, Susanna.
This car
cannot
has
hide.
the juice. I'm just afraid of it.
You'll never guess what. God is watching you, and He hates what you're doing. God sees everything you do, and if that's not fucked up enough, God knows everything you are thinking and feeling. You can't hide from this God. Now, how does Christianity get you? Right? Sex. You cannot help being sexual. Whether you act on it or not, you can't help it. It's like, do not breathe. If you take your next breath, you are a bad person. Right? Okay? Once you get past puberty, you can't stop it. Acting on it may be something else, but you're like, look, ass, this motherfucker got me fucked up. You get it in those genes. Whether I talk to that person, whether I whip my dick out and just start jerking, it doesn't matter. The fact that I thought about it is as good as doing it in the eyes of fucking the Lord, right? That's what we tell kids. Oh, what seems to be the problem? You don't understand the assignment there, little fuckface. Don't you know that there's a place called hell? Oh, God will send you there. Oh, you thought the spanking you got last week was bad? That's a massage. That's an orgy in Disneyland compared to what your loving God is going to do to you. Now again, for the Christian that may be watching this, like, yeah, but Robert, there's a way out. There should never be a way in. So is Christianity traumatic? Yeah. Is it an abusive relationship? Me and Bundy have already demonstrated that 5 million times in the past. So again, let's go to this fucked up video, shall we? Let's get out. Robert, there we go. Okay, let's blow up Shuey.
Blow up Shuey.
Okay.
He claims that Christianity, Christian teaching is traumatic for people that are engaged in it. So it's not just people that call themselves Christians that do terrible things and cause trauma and hurt people. No, it's actually the teaching itself. This is a really interesting take that I haven't heard before, but let's watch this video and I'll comment on it.
A lot of people don't understand religious trauma because people look at religious trauma through the lens of their religion. And they will say things like, it wasn't the religion that traumatized you, it was the way it was taught. And that is simply not true. Simply understanding Christianity in and of itself is traumatizing.
Exactly.
Understanding that there is a God that created everything, and that if you don't listen to what he has to say, that you will burn in hell for eternity, and you need a savior to keep that from happening. Internalization of that belief in and of itself, one, will cause anxiety because it creates a problem in you that can only be solved by something external from you. In fact, it starts off by telling you that you're born with an issue. So the trauma in religious trauma is simply understanding the religion. That's where the trauma comes from. You're in a constant state of worry. It's Jesus. Jesus.
Yes.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds a lot like anxiety.
This is really interesting to me.
That's what we're dealing with, gang. That's what we're trying to recover from.
Okay, he's gonna look at his face. Look at his fucked up ass face, King. Look at his face. Now he's gonna sit here and spin, and I can already tell you what he's gonna say, right? You know, were we born guilty? Blah, blah, but Jesus came and gave us away. Shut the fuck up. Okay, hold on. Let's rewind the tape. There is nothing that was said that is the least bit inaccurate. Roll that tape.
It's trauma through the lens of their religion, and they will say things like, "It wasn't the religion that traumatized you. It was the..."
Yeah, pause the tape. It was the way that it was taught. How many of y'all have got?
Whoa.
Right. That's all S.J. Thomason bullshit. Gang. I got to do with you on that fuck face. But it's you're an atheist because something bad happened.
I knew I was
right. It wasn't the religion. It was one of the religious leaders.
Gang,
no,
that
fuck nuts. I'm an atheist because
I call that
don't
the
believe in
murder
fucking God.
chicane.
But there is
Fucking
again, there's no nice way to spin Christianity.
It is like
there is no nice way. Again,
spinny top mode. And how do those motherfuckers get out of there so quickly?
I need 3. I will not beat your monkey ass, you nasty bitch. You know, you do deserve a beating. You 100% deserve that beating.
And you gotta
yeah, you do. Let that be one. 3. You didn't want to fuck with me? Again, as long as she doesn't, quote unquote, disobey me, the ass whooping gets pushed off. But the threat of the ass whooping always looms. If I did that, nobody, and I do mean nobody, would say that Uncle Bobby is fronting a loving relationship, because I wouldn't be. When the Christian God does it, it's the biggest show of praise. Roll the tape.
The way it was taught, and that is simply not true. Simply understanding Christianity in and of itself is traumatizing. Understanding that there is a God that created everything, and that if you don't listen to what he has to say, that you will burn in hell for eternity and need a savior to keep that from happening. Internalization of that belief in and of itself, one, will cause anxiety, because it creates a problem in you that can only be solved.
What was it take? Exactly. Wasn't it Hitchens that said, born sick to be commanded well? Yeah. Again, we're all born guilty sinners, except for infants and toddlers, apparently. We're all born guilty sinners, and all sinners are deserving of the worst treatment ever.
Let's go.
Again, please tell me where, I don't know his name, so let's call him John.
That was tough.
Please tell me where John is wrong.
Needed to get harder on the brakes.
Go ahead. You can't do it. Roll the tape.
Is there such thing as a safe corner on this track?
It starts off by telling you that you
isn't absolutely trying to murder
trauma
you.
in religious trauma is simply understanding the religion. That's where the trauma comes from. You're in a constant state of worries. Jesus is coming soon. Jesus is coming soon. That sounds a lot like anxiety.
This is really interesting.
Pause the tape. Jesus
Y'all
is
see what I was trying
soon.
to do? And I just didn't have it
we were
straight
laughing
enough.
about it.
And that's
At
the
work,
edge you're on, because you're like, I gotta get on the gas.
The most traumatizing thing that happened to us in the 70s, what was the one sentence, gang? What was the one sentence that
no traction control? We're playing with no assist. We're playing in boss mode.
Wait till your father gets home. Gang, holy shit.
Even though totally
for 9 hours until your daddy got home. Because if you're like me, you got your ass whooped first, then wait till your father gets home. Then you got another one wait.
Feather the accelerator.
What's the difference between wait until your father comes home and Jesus is coming soon? Fuck y'all, Chris. Roll the tape.
Interesting to me. I want you to step back from the Christian worldview for a second and just imagine, take this man's point to heart and say, okay, Christianity is traumatic for people, and the belief, the teaching itself, it's not good for people's hearts, it's not good for people's souls. So what are they to believe alternatively? Outside of the God that created us.
Oh, don't do it.
Are you saying that no God created us, or are you saying that...
Pause the tape. I'm saying my dad fucked my mom. Again, grow the fuck up and start to acknowledge reality. That's what I'm saying. Roll the tape.
Just kind of evolves protoplasm over millions and millions of years.
You know what? Shut the fuck up. Then pause the tape. Christians, this is you. This little bastard right here, this is you. This is what happens when you guys do all of the talking, none of the listening. How many times have we said that? Oh, I'm just evolved protoplasm. I don't even know what I hope isn't rubbing alcohol. I just need to wash my kidneys. My life is so meaningless. Christians, if you guys would ever shut the fuck up long enough and see these things on the side of his face, these meat things, that thick shit right there and this shit right here, those are called ears, Christians. And they work. These things that apparently your God created, they work. And if you would let information do this right here. See the arrow, Christians? Yeah. If you would let information go into your ears, you would hear. When no atheist has ever said that. No atheist, I've got no value. It's just, I'm just, fuckface face, I'm just some moist wrong guy. No. We don't say that, but you guys assert that we do. This is getting a little repetitive, Christians. Roll the tape.
Or value you think that belief is better for people's mental health? Really? That's really, really concerning to me. Furthermore,
no, fuck nuts. What's concerning is you're lying. And that you Christians won't stop lying. Because at this stage of the game, you are lying. You are, you little bastard. No atheist says that. You show me the atheist who will tell you that that is our worldview. That we're just evolved protoplasm with no value. You are having a conversation with yourself. Christians, roll the tape.
In that world, how do you get any
profession.
kind of sense of identity or love?
Again, pause the tape. I can't speak to that. None of us can. Because that's not what we say. That's not what we claim. That's not what we assert. I don't know which atheists you Christians are talking about, but it's not us. Roll the tape, buddy. Where you go?
Or truth.
You need water.
It's all just kind of subjective absurdity in that world. We're just animals. We're just chemical reactions. There's no kind of emotional security that can be found because
again, I can't address this.
Meaningless. I don't know about you, but that would send me into a mental death.
Again, pause the tape. I'd probably agree with you, fuck nuts. But that's not what. Again, I can't respond to that. I can't respond to that. Again, if there is no God, we're going to evolve protoplasm. You know, we're bacteria. We have got no meaning. That was mental tailspin. Christians, this is why I think y'all are pieces of shit. I do. Because you are lying. At this stage, you are 100% lying. You know good and goddamn well that's not what we believe. You know this because you've been told this. Roll the tape.
Viral very quickly. And so when I look at Christianity, when I look at the teachings of Christianity, here's what I find, right? We find ourselves created in the image of God, right? And we're created and he calls us very good, but we've rebelled against him. So
here we go.
Ultimately, we have that security. Okay, first.
Pause the tape. Pause the tape. Again, we're made in his image. Then why are we fucked up? But we rebelled against him. Saying that we rebelled against God, right? My little skit yesterday with the whole, Garden of Eden. And again, there's no free will in the God model. There is no free will in the God model. We didn't rebel. Again, your God did this right here. You're sitting on the edge of the pool, his monkey ass threw you in. Knowing good and goddamn well you can't swim. Then he said, yo, what the fuck is this? Oh, that looks like a life preserver. No, try and stay up. Look, what? He's fucking drowning like a motherfucker. You want this life preserver, don't you? Yeah? You want it? Tell me I'm God. Say my name. Say it. Say it. And then he doesn't even fucking give it to us, gang. He just sits there and kind of puts it right there on the edge of the pool. So you're a monkey, right? Again, that's not love. If you can save someone, but you choose not to, but more importantly than save someone, if I push you in front of a moving vehicle on purpose, you're scared shitless, then I grab you at the last second and pull you out of the way so you don't get run over, and you don't die, I'm not the fucking hero. I'm still the asshole who pushed you in front of a car. Hold the tape.
Created in the image of God, that's good. But then there's a reality here that we have rebelled. And he says this is going to cause anxiety. The fact that God, if we don't obey him or listen to his command, we're going to be sentenced to hell. The question isn't, does that belief cause anxiety? The question should be, is that belief true, right?
No.
Because if that belief is true, right, then it should be something that we should take account for. We should, okay, obey him or listen to his command. Reality here that we have rebelled. And he says this is going to cause anxiety. The fact that God, if we don't obey him or listen to his command, we're going to be sentenced to hell. The question isn't, does that belief cause anxiety? The question should be, is that belief true, right? Because if that belief is true, right, then it should be something that we should take account for. We should
pause the tape. I'm not even going to address it. If it's true, it's not true. And that's the most fucked up portion, gang. That's the most fucked up. In a very playful sense, you know the one part of my body that at 50 years old I still won't touch? My belly button. My belly button. You want to know why? My mom. My mom, I don't even know why. She gave me an explanation, but I'm pretty sure I was drunk when she was telling me. I think it's fucking hilarious. Mom said if you touched your belly button, all your food will fall out of your stomach and you will die. I've been scared of my belly button for the last fucking 50 years, Jack. I'm not shitting on myself in the middle of the night. I'm not sitting with a night like, it was funny, right? But not so much the fucking Christians. Here, watch it. I literally just touched my belly button, and you'll never guess what. My food is still in my stomach, and I'm still alive. I'm laughing at it, but you don't get that sense of relief when your parents tell you that you're going to go to hell when you're 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old and you're in church and you're starting to put the pieces together and you realize, holy shit, you mean I'm going to get fucked up? No one ever tells you that they're joking. There are atheists, I know atheists, who will tell you, I do not believe in God. And they mean it. They don't believe in God, but they are still emotionally traumatized about the threat of hell.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
That is real, gang. No, it's not real, fuck nuts. Grow the fuck up. A snake doesn't talk. A virgin didn't get fucking pregnant. But the threat of hell is traumatic. Roll the tape.
We should, okay, well, I need to do something about this. Think about this. The idea that, if I walk across the street and I'm not looking both ways, that I could get hit by a car, that could cause anxiety. Absolutely. But the solution...
Pause the tape. That was the example I just fucking used. In that example, God pushed your monkey ass into traffic.
Maybe.
Then
that's too much time. We don't have any spare time.
I just built hashtag professional. Now it's saying I'm the hero. No, you still caused the fucking trauma. Shut the fuck up.
Y'all already know.
Again, this is why I can't do videos on him very much, gang. This is sycophant-like behavior. He is apologizing. He's making excuses. Not for bad behavior, but for the worst behavior of all time. Roll the tape.
To that is not believing that I won't get hit, but rather understanding, come to terms with, okay, this is the reality of the situation, this is the truth of the situation, and what can I do about it? Okay, I can look both ways. And so here, this idea that we need to just expel any kind of belief that might cause anxiety or fear, it's like, no, not if this is the truth. And ultimately, we should have a fear of God, an understanding
it's not.
Of his
okay, you know what? Go fuck yourself. Did you guys catch that? We should have a fear of God. Now, I want to address, when you look up the word fear in the dictionary, there's really like 8 definitions. Like of the 8, like the 9th one is something along the lines of have reverence for. Okay. In every other fucking context, in every other fucking discussion, fear of God is exactly what you are thinking. Listen to the examples that this fucker's talking about. Hell, falling into traffic, all that shit. That's the fear that you are thinking of. I remember asking my aunt one day before I was drugged to church and when I was this big, why am I supposed to fear God? You know what she said? Get your little black ass in the car. Okay, you should not have. And you know what? Again, Christians, go fuck yourself. Because this one, I'm not debating you on. Because this is my area of expertise. You should not fear someone that you love.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to say that again. You're not supposed to fear someone that you love. If the word fear is anywhere in your relationship description, you are in an abusive relationship. Period. End of story. It just let him bury himself on this one. Just roll the tape.
People don't understand, how could God judge people? And this is a little bit of a sidetrack, but how could God, sentence people to hell? It just seems reasonable or maybe just extreme. But when we understand God as a judge, like think of God as a judge, and you're standing before God and you're saying, okay, God, I realize that.
Pause the tape. If God was a judge, that fuckface would be disbarred after his first case. Look at his fucking face. Look at his face. All this guy does, this is the Reinfeld to the cosmic Dracula. All he does is find victims and drag them to fucking Dracula's cave and coffin so Dracula can fucking kill him. That's all this fuckface is. Now he's gonna sit there, let's talk about God's justice. There's nothing to talk about. If God was a judge, one, more than likely, unless maybe he was in Texas, he would have never gotten elected to judge. But if he did, after his first ruling, he would have been stripped of his fucking title of judge. Then they would have reviewed the case, and then they would have disbarred him. If God is a judge, he's the most corrupt judge to ever judge. Roll the tape. Before we roll the tape, God is the police officer
too much time in those
that breaks into your home, beats you unrecognizable, plants child pornography on your fucking computer, sprinkles crack all over your body, right? And just all kinds of fucked up shit. That's the Christian God. The Christian God. What's the fucker that killed George Floyd? Let's just call him fuckface. He makes fuckface look like a model cop. He just roll the tape.
I've done some bad stuff. I know I'm not the perfect person, but ultimately, I can walk old ladies across the street. I can do all these sorts of good things. Just forgive me. And God looks at you and he says,
yeah, but you jerked off, so now I got to torture you.
You have to kind of serve the punishment for the crime. If I let you go, I'm not being good. And because
this
God
is why I
infinite and
can't
holy,
look at his
that means
video.
that the punishment that we deserve should be eternal death as well. But that's what makes the beauty of the gospel.
There's no fucking
so
beauty. Okay, we're not making this fucked up ass. Rewind.
That means that the punishment that we deserve should be eternal death as well. But that's what makes the beauty of the gospel so relevant to us, is that God in his mercy sent Jesus, fully God and fully man, to die on the cross, the death we deserve to die for our sins against God, that we would be raised to newness of life, that we would find identity and security in.
Pause the tape. So the only way God can figure this problem out is to murder his own son. Again, just tap me on the shoulder and remind me when it is I'm supposed to say, nailed it. That's what makes sense. You know the way I'm going to solve this problem? I'm going to murder my own child. And that's what I said however fucking many minutes ago. The best part about Christianity is it requires zero commitment. Tell me, in what situation is murdering your child the only plausible solution? Roll the tape. I just belched
adopted into his family. I think about the ramifications and the implications of actually understanding the gospel in its true light. There's so much security and identity to be found. The idea that I can be forgiven, and the idea that I am a child.
Again, pause the tape. We are not making it through this fucking video. This is why I can't listen to him. The fact that we can be forgiven. Bitch, 3 ice cubes. I don't want to whip your monkey ass, but you nasty whore. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4. Go get the fucking belt. What's the difference? What is the difference? Now, when I whip my girl beyond recognition because there's 4 ice cubes instead of 3, it's like, bitch, I tried to love you. I tried to love you. Look what you made me do. This is your fault, which, by the way, is the first diagnosable criteria of battered spouse syndrome. The irrational belief. What the fuck? Well, that's the shit out of me. The irrational belief that the punishment that you are receiving is your fault. Okay, buddy knocked over my sword. It didn't hit him. That's the good news. That's the good news, buddy. You take a licking and you keep on ticking. You remember when I found you? They said he was about 12 hours away from dying. Now look at his monkey ass, sleeping in king-size bed and eating homemade dog food back on top. Again, if I acted like the Christian God, you guys would rightfully so call me a monster. The Christian God does it, and he's God. All this fucked up ass take.
Of God, created in his image, that I can't earn my own salvation, that I can't fix what is wrong with me, but rather somebody, God, has come and he's fixed it for me. He's done all the work for me. He says that it's a troubling thing to believe that you can't fix yourself, right? To need to look beyond yourself in order to fix what's wrong with you. I actually think that's a really comforting feeling.
No, it's not.
Ultimately,
no, it is not.
No, we don't have.
Pause the tape. I can't even use my right arm because Buddy's asleep on it now. No, that's not comforting. Again, created sick to be commanded to be well. That's not, again, this is why I can't do a lot of videos on this dude. It's comforting that I'm so fucked up. I can't fucking fix myself because I'm so fucking fucked up. God should kill me. God, why don't you kill me? Please do. Please. Oh, I got another second. Thank you, God. I'm so fucking horrible. I'm so fucking horrible. Happy that there's a problem that he can't fix himself. Look at his face. I'm not joking, gang. Look at his face. This boy needs therapy. And I'm not saying that gently. This boy needs therapy. This is exactly what that brother was talking about. Roll the tape.
Have what we need.
You know, pause the tape again. You know what is that called? Is that Stockholm Syndrome? When you start to admire your oppressor? That's what you're looking at, King. He jerks off to the fact that God has not killed him yet, but he still wants to be murdered. I need to be abused, God. Just, oh God, roll the tape, I can't.
We can exist in denial or excuses for our sin, and we can try to convince ourselves that we're okay, that we're at peace. We don't have what we need on the inside to really find that peace, to find that acceptance.
Do not miss it, because we are gonna fucking get this shit, gang.
Look at us and say, "You are my child. You are forgiven. You don't need to strive anymore. This is your identity." When we try to manufacture that out of just nothing.
Pause the tape. Maybe it's just my old school ass parents. That's exactly how they did not raise me. And as I'm saying, I told you, when mom died, I just learned so much about, my parents. And all the fucked up shit that happened to them racially, and of which, again, gang, I only know a fraction, and of the fraction that I know, I've only shared a fraction of that with y'all. You guys want to know why my parents did not tell me all the shit that happened to them? Because they wanted us to go out into the world and make our own judgment on white people. They did not want their experiences to taint our experiences. Like, fucker, you go out there and go figure this shit out yourself. You go carve out your own identity. Go make your own relationships. And if it's a white person, it's a white person. If it's a black person, it's a black person. If it's a Mexican, a Jew, my parents wanted us to have our own identity outside. You already got my last name, fucknuts. You already have my genes. Now the rest is up to you. If you need some guidance, you know where to fucking find me. But that's not the Christian God. That is not the Christian God. if you parented your child the way God apparently parents us, CPS would be called on you lickety-split. Okay, let's see how much longer. We're almost halfway through. At this point, this is just an endurance event. I want to see how much longer I have left. Roll the tape. This is hard to listen to.
It's unstable. There's no real concrete foundation. Now we need to talk about the fact that Christian teaching can be distorted and manipulated in such a way where it actually does cause emotional harm to us. And I've experienced that in terms of shame. So for so long, I kind of operated on this belief that I need to earn God's love for me, that I needed to do something to prove that I was enough to God, that I needed to measure up. And ultimately what I was finding was I was falling short on every account, that I wasn't doing enough to merit God's favor. I wasn't enough as a person. I dwelled in insecurity and lack.
Pause the tape, Reinfeld. Again, I don't know how much more I have.
Going.
This is
where are we going?
Everything this boy is saying is confirming what that brother said at the beginning of the video. Just roll the tape. I don't have much to add.
Lack of self-confidence because I just had no concept that I could be and do enough, right? And so then I just kind of wallowed in the shame, even as a Christian. But then understanding the truth of Scripture was what freed me from that bondage of shame. It wasn't that, oh, you're perfect just the way you are, but rather, hey, even in the midst of your weaknesses, you can be secured in Christ because his righteousness is enough for you. He calls you his child. He delights over you. Like, can you believe that? He delights over you. And he bears your burdens.
Remember to get in the one.
On the cross, that you wouldn't have to bear that anymore. That you are
stayed on the track and got some fucking
internalized over the last few years that have really been a freeing process. Where somebody that's in an atheistic worldview, they're navigating shame or guilt. The solution to that is just to dispel those feelings.
Pause the tape. Again, what do I say to that? Atheistic worldview. Haven't we already covered this 19 trillion times already? There's no such thing. Okay, I'm literally looking up things to favor because I don't know if I want to cook dinner tonight. That is how not interested I am in what this fucker has to say. Roll the tape.
Entirely.
You guys ever tried Rebel
Shame
Wings?
is just kind of
I
a
have.
societal
It's
concept, and
but I think I'm gonna.
is just
Are they
like
still
morality
open?
is very subjective.
I did the whole staring move without
All right,
getting
let's take a
on
look
the
here.
race.
Guilt for anything.
Oh, subjection because we haven't heard that shit before.
Radical
Let's take
acceptance
a
of
look
every
here.
behavior that you've ever had.
Rebel has
the shame.
closed,
It's just
gang.
meaningless. It's like
I think he was a
no,
victim of
like
COVID.
actual.
Hold on,
When you
let's-
look at the
let's
truth
try-
of what God has
I'm
done
just gonna
in
type
our
in
world,
Rebel.
He set it up
What
in
is
such a way
Rebel?
when we do sin, we experience a
Rebel
level of
Wings
shame
is
and
closed.
guilt, and that
Got
causes us
to be
to
more
look to God.
careful.
But then, when we are
Daily
in Christ,
deals.
when
What
we
about daily
do sin,
deals?
that shame and guilt is designed to draw us
Yeah,
back
I don't
to
even
God,
like
to
fucking
reaffirm
Asian
the fact
food. I
that,
really don't.
hey, actually,
I tried
this isn't
torchies
me
the other
anymore,
day.
right?
Really
This
not
isn't
all
who
that
I
impressive.
am. Where before,
Little Hot
when
Dotty.
we were
I think
outside
Little Hot
of
Dotty's is closer
Christ and we were
to
sinning,
my house.
it was a testimony to
We're gonna
who
look
we
at
were.
that. It's probably a
Now
little
that
bit
we're
pricey,
in Christ,
but I think I'm gonna
right,
give it a
that
shot.
shame and guilt is a testimony to the fact that
Gang,
this is
they
not
deliver
who
alcohol.
I am not.
You guys
this
want to
person.
try? What do you think?
I am in
A frozen margarita?
love.
I don't even know if I
am
like margaritas.
Forgiven.
Oh,
Like, these are
Paloma.
the
That'll
truths
get
that
you
actually
real
bring
fucked
emotional
up.
healing. And when I think about it,
A
I
double
think
fino
when we talk about anxiety or any kind of like mental health or trauma,
Monty
one of the most
Alban
healing
Silver
things
Tequila
is
Triple Sec.
those
Fre-
things can
I'm
only
thinking about
heal
that.
in relationship.
I like
can
how
only
they say
heal
21
in
plus, like
safe
I'm not
community.
more than 21.
And I think about
years
the
old.
ultimate safe relationship is with God, right? He is the ultimate.
I think I'm gonna go with Hot
he's the
Dotties.
ultimate father.
Pause the tape in. I can't listen to that shit. You know what? Let's just go. I'm serious. I can't listen to that bullshit. Again, Christians, I love it. No, I don't. I love it how it is. You guys always kick the gospel message like we've never heard it before. It is like great comfort. How to debate an atheist, how to debate a Muslim, how to debate. You know what his debate? How to do it? Have you ever told a lie in your entire life? Have you ever stolen anything, even if it's small? Have you ever used the Lord's name in vain? Have you ever jerked off to pornography? Just one size fit. Shut the fuck up. All he was doing, I'm about to melt. Total false alarm. All he's doing, gang. Here, I literally was not. You think I'm bullshit? I'm literally over here looking at hamburgers right now. We were born sinners. We deserve hell. But the good thing is, God, in His ultimate grace and mercy, sent Jesus to. Let me tell you something. How many of y'all just said, "What?" You've heard all that shit before, haven't you? The real fucked up thing is, gang. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's go back to this fucking video. Everything. Again, I don't know his name. Everything that John said.
Woo! Oh my goodness, I think I jumped the car.
Confirmed. Everything that this man said, daily disciple.
Damn, gang.
Confirmed.
Oh my goodness, too much speed. That was hella
That's
fun.
why I can't.
That's what we gotta do through there, though, right?
Dude.
I was watching Jimmy Broadbent earlier, and this man was racing on the north side, and it's like
so much.
It's so crazy
so
to see how all out, like,
dang, Uncle Bobby is only.
you actually are supposed to flow through there.
So as what? King Uncle Bobby is only giving you one big mother. See how bad I just want to end this fucking show?
Hang on. Let's
so as a result, now Uncle Bobby's gonna give you one big motherfucking solution. Christianity.
Right, we're gonna keep our marathon going. I think we just did. All right, we did this one. This is the one we haven't done.
You are afraid of death, then you are afraid of death. I cannot. All right, welcome to another episode of Gin and Truth. I'm the captain of this ship, Robert.
Uncle Bobby's about to co-pilot us to the win of this goddamn championship.
Let's go.
All right, finish that beer, gang.
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit. And
when you are driving a car that's way too fast for you at night around one of the most difficult, dangerous tracks ever, clearly designed by torture artists, what you need to do, apparently, chug some energy drink, drink some alcohol, take down some marijuana gummies, and rip some bongs. Let's actually repack the bong. All right, Uncle Bobby, get it going.
This one's gonna hurt. Gang, this is gonna be one of those shows to where if you don't have a lot of brain cells to spare, you may want to skip today's show. Because we are all going to bleed profusely before this one is over. We will all be collectively dumber as a result of what I'm getting ready to do to you guys. Now, we're going to review a video put on by Fuckface Kirk Cameron and Fuckface Greg Kokel. Gang, you will be hard-pressed to find a dynamic duo of intellectual butt-fuckery, more butt-fuckery than these two butt-fuckery fuckfaces. This is going to be terrible. Now, I've done shows on Greg Kokel, so let's start off by introducing Kirk Cameron. Now, Kirk Cameron is a child actor turned evangelist. He was on Growing Pains. I didn't watch a single episode, so I can't critique the show, but apparently the fucker's good at what he does. He got paid. Way to go, Kirk Cameron. But Kirk claims to be, as he calls it, a recovering atheist. Titus Belch, #unprofessional. I'm not going to doubt the validity of that man's claim. If you say he didn't believe in God, he didn't believe in God. But I did see, apparently what made Kirk Cameron turn his ship around is apparently he was dating this girl and she talked him into going to church. And what struck him was apparently
surprise,
found out that and these are his words, I've heard great comfort say, so you know how fucked up it is, that he was a part of the ultimate statistic.
So what happened
that
right there?
10 out of 10 people
you had
died.
a blindfold on.
Long story short, guess who became a Christian? Now,
you did not see me wipe
everyone
out
else,
in turn one.
if you are afraid of death, then you are afraid of death. I cannot teach you. That's on you. I'm not. Death can suck. Trust me, no one knows that more than I do right now. Death sucks. But I'm not afraid of it. At least not for myself, right? I didn't enjoy watching my mother just rot in front of my fucking face. That kind of sucked the left nut. But when we talk about fear of death, we're normally talking about ourselves. I don't have it. I don't. I never have. I'm good at life. I've just never been attached to it because I know it's going to end. So I'm like, if I found out I had a terminal diagnosis like right now and I have 3 months to live, I would be infinitely more sad that my dad has to do this again. Right? Just like, no, that's not fucking fair. But for myself, I'd be like, at least I get some fucking sleep. If some people are genuinely afraid, I talked to a friend of mine not too terribly long ago, and we got on the topic, and we immediately switched. Again, she started shaking. She's younger than I am, like 15, 17 years younger than I am. She should have a lot of tread left on those tires. And I was like, okay, let's talk about pizza. Some people have a legit fear of death, and if that's who you are, then that's who you are. But to Kirk Cameron, I'm going to tell you to grow the fuck up, right? And more harsh on Kirk because of the bullshit that he's stressing. Gang, he is in bed with fucking Ray Comfort. That right there tells you the whole story about Kirk fucking Cameron. But gang, what really put Kirk on the map, look at Papa wanting to get up. You want to get up and say hello everyone, Papa? Come on, shit. I love it how a terrier all of a sudden loses the ability to jump, and now he wants me to pick him up like a. Look at you. Look at Papa's monkey head. I told you, do not let the big round. Look, turn around, Papa. Take a look at your audience. Oh, Papa. Okay. This fucker's a killer. Look at his face. Oh, he looks so cute. This fucker is a murderer. Jason, Michael, and Freddy. They ain't got shit on Papa, right? Murderer, fucking Ted Bundy. Back on topic. What really put Kirk Cameron on the map, gang, was the debate he did, and I use that term loosely, a debate he did with Ray Comfort versus Brian and Kelly from the Rationality Squad. Kirk Cameron is an actor. Kirk Cameron is not a scientist. Why the fuck anyone would listen to what Kirk Cameron has to say when it comes to science is beyond me. Do you just want to believe a lie? I've heard him try to quote unquote debunk Stephen Hawking and fucking I'd say Richard Bell. Charles Darwin. He's not a scientist, gang, but his monkey ass gets up there and he's trying to disprove evolution. And his monkey ass is sitting up there talking about Darwin's theory and transitional forms, which, by the way, gang, we're all transitional forms. You are, I am, everything on this planet right now is a transitional form. What we look like right now probably won't be what we look like. There's going to be a difference between us now and 5 million years from now. We're all transitional forms. There's a fucking biologist watching this. Let him tell you, right? And so it's like, there are no transitional forms, because if there was a transitional form, we would find the crocodile. And the fuckface pulled up a picture of a crocodile, half duck creature. And the best part about that, gang, was you heard Brian from the Rationality Squad, and oh my God, what a numbnut. Because that was a big time numbnut moment. That is you screaming from the mountaintops, you don't know the first damn thing about evolutionary biology. Now, Kirk was doing that tongue-in-cheek to try to disprove, the theory of evolution, but he didn't. Right? Because when you talk to a Christian on that level, evolution means that a horse can fuck a duck, and then out of the vagina of a duck comes a creature that's part human, part rat, part rattlesnake, part whatever the fuck. That's what they think evolution is. So since we don't see this mongoloid fucking creature, that's something out of a fucking Stephen King movie, that's not evolution. Since we don't see that, evolution can't be real. Right? And so that's who Kirk Cameron is. Right? Former atheist turned Christian because he's afraid of dying. Christians on that tip, grow the fuck up. People live, people die. That's it. That's the bottom line. Everything else is everything else. Instead of sitting here focusing on the one inevitable day that we all have, what about the tens of thousands that we are probably going to have from the time we take our first breath to the time we take our last? What did you do with those days? Then, of course, a quick minute's sake, fuckface Greg Koukl. Greg Koukl is apparently some super smart motherfucker whose only way to have a debate is to ask you, what do you mean by that? That's his only tactic. That's it. And he's got, the Roadrunner tactic, the Columbo, he's got all these names for the same shit, and that is, what do you mean by that? Right, fuckface? Frank Turk jerks off to this method. I've seen, there was one with fuckface Frank Turk, and
to go down.
It was, of course, one of his stupid fucking college predatory seminars, and a brother got up and, hey, fuckface Frank Turk, is Christianity the white man's religion? You know what Turk said? What do you mean by white? You're not even trying to hide how dishonest you're being, right? I remember one I did long before I got this set up. It was all still the fucking ghetto fab, but I'm blasting the neighborhood out with the fucking it was fucking terrible. Oh, I'm glad I made the evolution. But thank you so much for hanging in with me back on topic. It was, what was he talking about? My brain just completely farted. It was fuckface Greg. And he's got a radio show called we definitely need to call in to that fucking show. Gang, let's find that number and have some fun. But a fuckface called in and was jerking them off. Was like, oh, you're the greatest of all time, and oh, I love your book, The Tech Book. And so, of course, the fuckface that called in, he's old. And again, where is this place? He was the only Christian at his place of work. Where? And they're beating me down. I'm feeling so persecuted. And they're like, well, they say that Christianity is stupid.
Let's put it together.
What do you mean by stupid?
We're starting.
Which part would you like to talk about? Which part of Christianity is stupid? What do I mean by that? How about the beginning, the middle, and the end? The earth is not 6,000 years old. Grow the fuck up. Some fuckface in a robe sitting up there just didn't sit there and say, monkey, donkey. That did not happen. That shit is stupid. That's what I mean by that. You don't murder someone and then the fuckface comes back 3 days later to rule the planet and the fucking universe.
It's so fun to
that
try to
shit
drive the
is
car
fucking
on the
stupid.
edge.
If you want to tell me that someone got pregnant, I'm just going to automatically assume that person got fucked.
That's why the
you want to know
racing
why?
against the computer.
Because sperm eating egg is the only way to get pregnant. And you say otherwise, that's what I mean by fucking stupid. That's his only tactic, is to act like he does not understand simple fucking topics. Now, gang,
practice with
this is who we are going to sit here and talk about. So let's go ahead and Autobots transform and roll out. So let's go ahead and, y'all see that? Look at that. You guys are not going to like this. You guys ready? Watch this. No, hold on. What am I looking at? Dang, I'm fucking this up. Okay, here we go. Okay. No, we're flipping this. Uncle Bobby's taking the center stage on this one. All right. So you see fuckface Greg Kokel looking like his monkey ass is getting ready to drop a knowledge bomb. He's not. Okay, let's go over to that screen. Let's blow up shoe 8. Is my volume up? I'm paranoid after that last show, gang. I recorded an entire show, couldn't hear a fucking thing. Okay. Just belch hashtag unprofessional. So the title is Fuckface. Yeah, can you see it right there? It says Fuckface. Fuckface Greg Kokel. Christianity is the best way of making sense of the world. Yeah, no, it's not. You guys ready? Let's roll the tape.
How is he getting the standard to judge the God of the Bible by then if he's an atheist? My point is he can't do otherwise because he's still, even though he's an atheist, he's still a human being made in the image of God. And there are things that are built into him, like morality. They're going to come out even when it contradicts his worldview.
Word to your mother. Shut up, Greg.
You also talk about how you believe Christianity is the best way of making sense of the real world. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I was having a conversation with my daughter, Annabeth, when she was about 8 years old, and she said, "Papa, why do we believe God is true?" is the way she put it. And
pause the tape. Kid, let me tell you why you think God is true, because your father told you that. Right? It is just conditioning. Again, gang,
same reason
they get to all of us. For those of us that were raised as Christians, they get to us while the top of our skulls are still soft. Before we have any intellectual defense, someone told you that this shit is real. Hey, look at my shirt. Do you guys want to know why we all say that this color is blue? You want to know why we say it? Because we were all conditioned to say this is blue. There is no set meaning to that word. If a child was 6 months old and I got a hold of that kid and I completely conditioned that kid to say, when you see this color, it's actually red. That kid will know no different. And when I put that kid out in the world, that kid is going to look at everything that is blue and call that thing red. Gang, what the fuck was that? Hold on. You know Uncle Bobby's paranoid. What the fuck? Okay. Gang, look at Buddy's monkey hair. Okay, look at Buddy. Buddy's feeling slow. So what you guys don't see, right outside of my study is an American flag. Now, I am here in this house by my goddamn self. That flag popped out and it looked like, and just out of the corner of my eye, like someone, I was like, okay, the shit's about to go down and you guys are going to hear it. It was fucking Buddy. He walked underneath the fucking flag and look at Buddy's. All right, you guys, are you ready to settle down? Back on topic. Think I was talking about the color of my shirt. Let's do this. The only reason why we call this blue is because we were conditioned to say that. Again, I can take a kid at 6 months old and condition that child to believe that this is red. And when I send that kid out into the world, they will say that is red. And if I condition that child hard enough, that kid will look at other people calling it blue like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Everybody knows that's red. That's what this is. Papa, why do we believe Christianity is true? Child, you believe it is true because your father is Greg Kokel, and he's telling you it's true. And got to be more, buddy, you're killing your father. You're killing the show, buddy. Look at Buddy. Dude, just
I'm trying to get out of there as fast as I can.
Because your father, hope you guys can still hear me, because your father is Greg Kokel.
And I'm not, this is
the creator of, what do you mean by that? Roll the tape.
Bad steering.
And now I got to answer this question that I answer a lot of times for adults, but now I got my 8-year-old. But I'm thinking about, how can I put this? And all of a sudden this thought occurred to me and I realized this really captured my entire approach to this project of making the case for Christianity. And what I told her is, honey, what we believe God is true is because he's the best explanation for the way things are.
Pause the tape. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. The first thing you have to do is prove that your God exists. After you prove your God exists, then you can start pinning stuff on your God. God is the best at, no, he's like not even fucking close. Roll the tape. Dang, what's wrong with my mouse? Come on, mouse, shit, get to work, do your job.
The reason we believe God is real, that Christianity is true, it's the accurate view of reality.
No, it's not.
Because it's the best explanation for the way things are. And what I'm getting at there
what
is
are you
that we have access to the world.
Right.
And there's all kinds of things that we know about the world, even without the Bible, obviously.
Pause the tape. Are you just going to sit there and make that assertion? Well, of course he is, because he's an apologist. All assertion, no backup.
Yes.
Right? All bark, but no bite. Why is your God the best explanation for reality? Is this the same God that said that a donkey can talk? Is this the same God that sat there and told us about the wizard's duel in the book of Exodus? And then the fuckface put a staff in a sea, and that entire sea split the fuck in half? Because that does not explain reality at all. That explains a DC fucking comic book. Roll the tape.
And many of these things, I think, are built into us. I talk about this in the tactics book and the inside out tactic. God has built things inside of us that come out that reveal the truth about the world and about Christianity. We can trade on that. I talk about how to do that. But when we start asking the fundamental questions, why does it seem that human beings have value above other creatures?
Pause the tape. Again, ask a sociologist. We have a child actor and a professional liar. Why do we value things? I had an explanation given to me once, and it's kind of, why is it that it's easier to step on a roach than it is to kill a four-legged mammal, right? The more things start to look and act like us, the more of a connection that we have with that being. I've never lost a second of sleep stepping on that bug. It was the right thing to do, but I still have trouble processing what I had to do to that pit bull that was ripping the throat out of my neighbor's dog. Right there, gang. Right fucking there. And when the dog had blood in its mouth, it sat there, and my next door neighbor's daughter pretty much had fainted in my front yard. I saw that dog looking at that little girl. I was not letting that dog get to that child. Let's just say that. I still am bothered by what it is I did, because that was a four-legged dog. Obviously, I like, here, take a look at this one. I have a soft spot for dogs. And it bothered me, even though it was the right thing to do. If that was a human that was going after that little girl, I would have done the exact same thing. And I would have fucking hated it. But it was the right thing to do, right? A sociologist can give you that answer. Why do we value lives that more resemble our own? And I promise you, it's got nothing to do with a timeless, spaceless, immaterial, disembodied, personal power. Shut the fuck up. You're just lying. Roll the tape.
Some people are confused in that nowadays, but most people aren't.
I just felt
why does it seem that what accounts for the origin of the universe? Pretty much everybody believes that the universe came into existence.
No, pause the tape. Again, lying. Again, no, because you haven't proven your God exists. But that's a very common Christian apologetic thing to do. I've seen Turk does this all the time. Even atheists agree that the universe had a beginning. No, not first and foremost, that's got nothing to do with atheism. But more to the point, no, this is just a lie. At this point, this is a lie. The answer is actually no. And let's just talk about science, because the plumber, the architect, the lawyer, the police officer, Their opinion's got nothing to do with scientific fact. Science does not know conclusively whether the universe has always existed in some form or came into existence as, again, fuckface William Lane Craig pulled that bullshit all the time. Again, the Vorde-Guth-Vilenkum theory. And apparently, the Vorde-Guth-Vilenkum theory speaks to the possibilities of the... And he would use the Vorde-Guth-Vilenkum theory to prove that these three scientists even say that the universe had a beginning. And he brought that shit to a debate with an actual astrophysicist, someone who does this for a living, and not knowing that Sean Carroll knew Adam Guth of the Vorde-Guth-Vilenkum fucking theory, Jack. And so he brought the slide, because I asked my homeboy Adam Guth of the Vorde-Guth-Vilenkum theory, do we know that the universe had a beginning? His monkey ass sat there with the sign, and Adam Guth is like, we don't know. The next fucking debate, William Lane Craig said the exact same shit. According to the Vorde, come on, guys, you're not even trying to hide how dishonest you are. If my dumb ass knows this, Kokol can know this. He just doesn't want to know this because he has a product to sell. No, we don't know if the universe had a beginning. Apologists, stop fucking lying. Roll the tape. Why not? Oh, or not. There you go. Come on, shit.
Since it's sometime in the past, what caused them? All right. Why are certain things wrong and other things right?
Yeah.
And it's not just a matter of personal.
Again, pause the tape. A question for a sociologist. And now he's going to spin off into atheists can't justify why this is right versus this is wrong. And I think I can speak for most of us atheists. We don't even give a fuck. We don't. I don't care why I have such a strong distaste for rape. I just know that I do, and I don't have to justify it. Just like, again, fuckface Jeff Durbin. This is why, I don't venture into those circles. This is their victory. At least I can say rape is absolutely wrong. Well, congratulations, numbnuts. You are doing nothing to stop it. Nothing.
Great
More
pace.
importantly,
To,
your God is doing nothing.
Get it back together. Get my
stop it.
grip back underneath the car.
Whether you call it
there's a word for this, like get it stable on the platform or whatever.
We have an absolute moral standard. This shit still happens. This shit still happens. But again, a professional liar is talking to a child actor, and now they've talked. They're evolutionary biologists. They're Big Bang cosmologists. And now they're sociologists. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they are not. Roll the tape.
Opinion. Where does morality come from? Well, these are all questions that we always ask because they're real features of the world that we, in a certain sense, bump into. Okay, problem of evil is an example of that. We bump into morality there. It turns out that, as I've explained to my daughter, that the Christian worldview, with God making human beings special, God being the standard of morality.
Pause the tape. He's lying to that kid.
You should actually figure out what
he's lying to that kid, and he's lying to his followers, and he's being well paid to do so. That's a silver plaque carrying dude right there. He just lied to his kid. And again, Christians, it doesn't matter here. No matter how confidently you assert something, this is drinking water. No. Trust me when I tell you there, fuckfaces, this is drinking water. Fresh from my motherfucking tap. Oh, what? You think this is gin? Wrong, mister! This is drink. No matter how confidently I say that, it's still not drinking water. That is some motherfucking gin. This time I'm trying Dripping Springs, gang. We all tried Dripping Springs. It's actually a pretty good motherfucking bottle. It's not as strong, right? It's It would be if dry and floral had a baby, right? It's weird. It's this weird cross between a floral gin and a dry gin. Made right here in Austin, Texas. It's fucking delicious. Back on docket. No matter how confidently I say something that's wrong, it's still wrong. Christians, you love to say it. You know, I've got the necessary preconditions. No matter how many times you say that, pre-sub, so you're still wrong. God is the best explanation. You can stop right there because you haven't proven the fucker exists. No, trust me, you know that there's a God, Uncle Bob. Shut the fuck up. No matter how confidently you assert that I know, no matter how confidently you assert that your God explains morality, Big Bang cosmology, evolutionary biology, sociology, go fuck yourself-ology, no matter how confidently you assert it, if you don't back it up, you are lying. Christians, at this point, you are lying. Because we have branches of science to give you the answers that you are looking for, but you don't want them. You're lying. Roll the tape.
For the universe, which explains why there could be a problem of evil in the first place. All of these things fit in our worldview really well. So this is what I mean by it's the best explanation for the way things are. It has explanatory power about the most important things that we know about the world, even before we open the Bible.
Greg, you've been running Stand to Reason and a radio show for decades now. Yeah. As you look back over all of the interviews and the discussions and debates that you've had, are there any memorable moments that really stand out to you?
Yeah, fuckface Greg, talk to us.
I remember this one particular interview where something significant happened. There was maybe a landmark moment for the ministry or something that just impacted you specifically.
Well, there are two categories for that. I haven't really thought about that so much, but now I do. There are two categories. One of them is when people call in and they say, I've read the books, I've listened to the podcast, or the radio show, or they've availed themselves of the kinds of material that Stand to Reason provide. And this radically changed my life.
Really?
In fact, that's the comment that I get most frequently from the Tactics book. This changed my life. And that's humbling.
Gang, pause the tape. I'm not, believe it or not, I'm not bringing a lot of snark to this one. Yeah, I put this in the same category as presuppositional apologetics. If you sit here and you listen to a Cy Tim Bruggencate say, how do you know that for 5 solid hours? You're like, oh, hold on there, fuck nuts. Where do I sign? Okay, I'm going to be a Christian today. If that is what made you a Christian, you so desperately want to be a Christian.
That's how I want. Gang, we're going for it.
If you listen,
we're going
to fuckface Greg Koppel,
super mode.
Talk to an atheist.
It is
and
what
be like,
it
hey,
is.
just so you know,
I don't
believe in God. I just don't. What do you mean by that? I'm gonna answer all your questions.
Like,
what do you mean by
right,
that?
this is
I
good.
said,
yeah, all right.
Okay, I'm just gathering information.
No.
What do you mean by belief? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by God? And if you're like, oh, holy shit, he just sat there and asked him to, what do you mean by I? What do you mean by believe? What do you mean by in? What do you mean by God?
I had him.
He never once talked about
I had him.
and fuck himself. He sat there and he made the atheist define every word in his fucking sentence. Then, when he defined the word in every word in the fucking sentence, he made him define the fucking definition of the fucking definition of the word he just defined. Then, because he kept asking, what do you mean by that? He just put the atheist on his heels and basically made him fucking talk until he was blue in the face, all the while never once proving his point. Now, gang, if you think I'm bullshit, if you think I was exaggerating, I'm not. I've heard him say that. I have. It's not our job to defend our worldview. I've heard him say it. I've heard fuckface Frank Turk say it. Instead, make the atheists talk about their worldview. No, fuck nuts. You're the one who said that a God exists. I've heard him say it, gang. Now that I'm getting better at this shit, now I'm gonna start linking these fucking videos so you guys can see what I'm saying. Ooh. He has literally said that. It's not our job. Instead, it's like fuckface Frank Turk. when he substituted for fuckface Todd Fripp. And apparently the only thing that atheists ever ask him about is the slaughter of the Canaanites. And he literally said, is God immoral for slaughtering the Canaanites? And I'll never forget what he said. When an atheist asks, is God immoral for slaughtering the Canaanites? Don't answer him. He literally said that. Don't answer him. Instead, ask the atheist, if there is no God, what was wrong with slaughtering the Canaanites? If you sit here and you listen to these dishonest tactics and then you become a Christian, you are desperately looking for a reason to believe Christianity. Roll the tape, buddy.
But it's deeply gratifying because I like to make an impact. And so I hear that kind of thing a lot. It's feedback, and I am paying it forward.
Why am I yelling at a deaf girl?
So that's one category. People say, thanks, I'm moving forward with it, helping others. Second category is when I'm talking to somebody who does not agree with me. Like an atheist, and I'll get people that are atheists that call in, and just recently I got raked over the coals by, let me back up and put it this way. Just recently I got critiqued by an atheist before his 500,000 followers, all right? What was interesting about that conversation is that he was denying particular things that are part of a Christian worldview. If you're an atheist,
this game
right,
has the Super Mario
then there is
effect.
no basis for morality. Objective morality.
Oh, there you go. Objective morality. Who gives a shit? I'm looking up his show to see what the phone number is.
I needed to like I did last time. See, let's actually do that.
Ask a question live. 855-243-9975.
Toyota, baby.
Our show is from 4 to 6 Pacific time on Tuesdays. I'm taking a snapshot of that. Oh, Uncle Bobby's gonna call Stand to Reason. Roll the tape.
Absolute morality, if you will, because there's no moral law maker. It's just molecules in motion. Now, for the sake of discussion, that may be the way things are, all right? And therefore, the only thing that we have is our personal opinions that might change over time or might have been created by Darwinian evolution or something like that.
Pause the tape. Let's quote Pastor Didi.
And that's what I want to do when I'm
all that matters is the opinion of the victim.
Steer through it a little bit.
Right, you're right. It's just our opinion, fuckface. Now, what did the victim of that crime think about that? Hold on, shut the fuck up, Greg. What'd you say? It was terrible? Bam, that's it. That is it. That is what Pastor Didi teaches us, fuckface Greg. And all you apologists and Christians who you just jerk off all over yourself because at least you can say it's objectively wrong. Again, that has officially brought comfort to not a single victim in the history of criminality. But again, congratulations for having your meager and useless fucking victim. Roll the tape.
Yeah, but that's all you're left with, okay? And that's his world. That was his view, actually.
That's damn good.
And he is critiquing me as a theist of promoting objective morality. But in his critique, he kept saying things like, Kokol, you are harming atheists. Well, is harming atheists actually bad?
Pause the tape. Yes, it is. You want to know why? Here's an atheist saying, don't harm me. And you know what? You're absolutely right, Greg. You don't have to agree with me. You don't. You may continue to make these fucked up ass videos, but now we atheists are fighting back. And that is not Christian persecution. That's called fighting back. That's called stop misrepresenting my fucking position. Look at his fucked up ass, look at his face game. Look at his fucked up ass face. Like his monkey ass is dropping knowledge bombs. Out of this hole right here, it's just coming straight bullshit. Look at his face. according to your worldview, what's wrong with harming atheism? Well, here's an atheist saying, I don't want you to do it. And you're right. You don't have to agree. But now we've got a good old-fashioned disagreement. Now it's a matter of who's going to be left standing. I vote me. I'm tired of being misrepresented. I'm tired of you guys trying to make us look like fools, when in fact, you are the fuckfaces. Roll the tape.
In an atheist worldview.
In an atheist worldview, how could it be bad? Now, why is he saying that? No, I don't think I am harming atheists, all right? But that he would raise the objection shows...
Pause the tape. I don't think I'm harming atheists. Let me tell you guys something. If you ever want to know if the bullying has stopped, don't ask the bully, ask the victim. He doesn't think he's harming atheists. Well, you're the one in the majority. You're the one with the power. Why don't you ask these atheists over here who are on the receiving of your harming, right? Go fuck yourself. But again, where do I go from there? According to the atheistic worldview, I'm about to belt hashtag a professional. You're lying. Christians, I don't believe you to be this stupid. For the 1 trillionth time, atheism is not a worldview. But you guys aren't interested in hearing that. You're not. You heard it, but you're not listening to it. You've been told before what atheism is versus what atheism is not. Roll the tape.
That he is actually operating according to the principles of an objectivist morality. There is right and wrong, and Kokel's doing wrong.
That's
okay?
right.
But that belongs in our worldview.
Kokel, you're crossing a moral line right now by what you're doing, yet there is no moral line drawer in his worldview.
Exactly. Sometimes when people complain about the God of the Bible, as Richard Dawkins did in his book, The God Delusion, he's got a whole paragraph of adjectives describing this terrible God. But in other writings, Dawkins will say there is no evil, there is no good, there is nothing but blind, pitiless indifference. Okay, well, that's his naturalism talking there. Where is he getting the standard to judge the God of the Bible?
Pause the tape, go fuck yourself. Are you guys aware that there's more than one atheist not named Richard fucking Dawkins? Again, why must atheists always answer for what Richard Dawkins has said? But that being said, he's right. This universe does not give 2 fucks about you, me, Kokel, Cameron. You make your own way, fuck nuts. You do. No, the universe doesn't care about us. The universe does not owe us anything, right? It's about what you put into the system. Is evil? They talk about evil like it's just this big pot that you just ladle some, evil and you pour it on some shit. No, evil is a label that we have put on a range of fucking behaviors and attitudes. This isn't evil. This isn't evil. That's not evil. And you're right. We don't always agree on what is evil. Yeah, I guess you can say Hitler thought he was doing the right thing, while the rest of the world thought his monkey ass was doing a little bit of that evil shit. It's a good thing that the majority of us ask a sociologist this question, said, hey, what do you think about Adolf Hitler? He's a fuckface, right? So what do you want to do? You want to stomp his monkey ass out? Let's stomp his monkey ass out. So in a world war, we went and we stomped his monkey ass into a fucking bunker. We really did. And it's a good thing that the majority of us feel kind of in this range of goodness. And yes, there are some outliers. And yes, sometimes those outliers get a big fucking audience and a big fucking following. Donald Trump, for instance. But again, why is the half-drunk, brain-damaged C student demonetized over here kicking the actual fucking factuals? This fuckface has got PhDs and all this bullshit. Fuckface Frank Dirt, Braxton Hunter, and all these fuck knuckles. Why am I sitting here telling them? I mean, give me a break. Roll this fucked up ass. You guys want some more gin? Yeah, roll the tape.
By then, if he's an atheist. My point is he can't do otherwise because he's still, even though he's an atheist, he's still a human being made in the image of God. And there are things that are built into him, like morality, that are going to come out even when it contradicts his worldview. So some of the precious moments that I've had on the air is when atheists, in a certain sense, speak the truth of the Christian worldview while they're trying to refute it. That's precious. And I have an opportunity to try to exploit that mistake in my conversation.
We are definitely calling this show big.
How do you help people communicate the Christian message of the gospel in a generation that seems to be moving further and further away from the idea of absolute truth?
Yeah. Well, there's a shell game going on here, Kirk. It's a very important question. And the shell game is people do not believe in absolute or objective truth when it suits them. But when it...
Pause the tape. No, it's not that we don't believe in it. Again, this is not a conversation that goes on anywhere other than Christian circles, for the most part. Right? Out here, again, the fucked up thing is, Christians, you actually operate in my worldview. You do. You want to sit here and talk about how God can do all things, but dudes, you get a finger shoved up your ass once a year to make sure that your prostate isn't the size of a fucking football. You want to know why? Because all the prayer in the world does not stop prostate cancer. Right? You want to sit here and say, all things are possible through God and Jesus. How much is homeowners insurance it? Sign me up for 2 of those motherfucking policies just in case my house burns down. Because your monkey ass knows if your house catch, dear God, please stop the fucking fire because this fucking all my shit all the way up. And I work really hard. By the time you finish that prayer, your house is gone, Jack. You thought prayer was going to replace your lost shit? You thought prayer was going to help you secure another home loan? You couldn't be more wrong, right? You fucking live in my worldview reality every single second of every single day.
Oh, I am
you guys feel superior is when you're sitting in
trying to get
your
on
little
that podium
fucking
in this
circles,
race and finish
jerking
this
each other off, or you're debating an atheist.
Let's go.
Well, Robert, do you think rape is absolutely wrong? I don't even think about the word absolutely. So what you're saying is there's nothing wrong with rape. Okay, let me edit this fucking film, and Robert B says, let's rape some bitches. No, we don't think about objective versus subjective. Not out here in the real world. We just don't do fucked up ass shit. Roll the tape.
Doesn't suit them to promote relativism, then they become objectivists, just like the case of the atheists I was talking about, okay? People like to have their own set of rules and their own ideas about truth, my truth, your truth, whatever. But when somebody else's truth interferes with their truth, then they raise objections. Okay,
and so what's it going to appeal to some sort of an objective standard that cancels them?
We're back into the same circumstance that I was talking about earlier. I think the reason that people are so into this now is because you have a massive cultural forces that are encouraging it. Okay, this mistake goes back to the garden. Okay, in the garden it was, I don't want God, I don't want his rules. I want to see what I like to see, what looks.
Again, give me a break. Now, and we're still talking about, look at the fucking title. Christianity is the best way of making sense of the world, and the fuckface is talking about a magical garden, which never been found, by the way. Talking about the magical garden where a dude who, again, is like, oh God, I'm God. What do I do? Fuck it. Okay, let's get some of this motherfucking dirt. Okay. All right, we got a dirt here. What do I call this fucker? I don't know. Man, let's call the fucker man. Let's you need some toes there, fuckface. Okay, you got the toes, you got some 2 eyes. Okay, you know the real fuck up thing about your eyes there, fuckface? Because I'm perfect in my design, right? What you don't seem to understand is that what you see, what you actually see, isn't what you see because of the rods and the cones and the blase and the fucking flavonoids. It's actually upside down, then your brain has to project it to you right side up because I'm fucking perfect like that. And again, we're gonna throw in an appendix because what the fuck do you need that for? We've got no fucking idea. Now, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make you a fucking mammal because that's totally efficient. You're gonna have to fucking constantly have this feed of fucking calories to stay alive, or your monkey ass is gonna die. You know who's more efficient than that? Reptiles, fuckface. Don't worry, I'm gonna make them after I make you. Those fuckers eat 1 meal a month, good to go, fuck it, but you just eat this kind of I'll give you some nipples. I don't know what I'm fucking doing now, but you guess you need 2 of those. What the fuck? Okay, you ready, fuckface? Your way. Good job. Good job. Dude, you look bored than a motherfucker. You really do. What are you gonna do? You're just in there looking at shit. What do you? You want some pussy, don't you? You want some? Okay, I'm gonna tell you what. Watch this. I'm gonna use the force. Go to sleep, motherfucker. Okay, I'll tell you what. What do you need right? What do you need? You need to fucking rib. Oh yeah, just take that. Just stay awake. Stay asleep. Stay asleep. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'll tell you what we're gonna do for this motherfucker. Okay. We're gonna do some of the big ass titties, small waist, small. Yeah. You know what? You like redheads? You like redheads, don't you? Okay. Yeah. You like redhead? Okay. Did I get the big booty in there? Oh yeah. You got the big ass booty. Okay. That's right. That's what. Yeah. You like that? Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you what. I'm gonna put you right here next to this motherfucking dude. Oops. Wake up! You like that, don't you? You like that? Yes, sir. I'm gonna tell you what. You get the fuck? Go ahead, knock yourself out. Don't worry. I'm not watching. No. That's terrible. Oh, fuck me. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys what. I'm giving you all this. No, really, all this shit. I got fruit over there. The best for you people motherfucking eat. You just eat, man. This shit is good to motherfucking go. No, wait. What are you doing? Oh, no, fucker. Dude, I made this entire fucking planet. That tree? Look. Okay. I gave you all this. I gave you that hot redhead. I did all that shit. I kind of forgot to tell you the difference between right and wrong. But I'm going to tell you what. That tree right there will give you the knowledge of right and wrong, even though you don't know what right and wrong is. So do me a favor. Don't eat that. Do not eat that tree right there. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that. Hey, Snake, come here. Okay, this is what you're going to do. You're going to go down. No. I'm going to sit here and say that they've got the whole fucking free will. And hey, look, just shut the fuck. Go down there. Okay? God damn. No, really. They're going to totally bite on this one. Go down there and say that I said don't eat from the fuck. No, just fucking do it. I'm gone, all right? Okay, just go. Watch, she's gonna eat it. She got it. Ah, she ate it! Hey, angels, watch this. Oh, I'm mad. I'm God. No! Oh, now I put a curse on the world. There's sin. Now I gotta hold on. Come here, virgin. Come here. I'll take some of that God nut. Okay, I'm 33 years, y'all. Don't worry. I'm gonna kill my own fucking kid. Don't worry, the fucker's me. Gang, the fuckface is talking that Christianity is the best fucking explanation for reality, but now he's talking about the Garden of Eden. And I know if a Christian sees it, you're like, oh, he took it totally out. No, that little skit right there was exactly what happened in Genesis, minus the fuck faces and the cussing. Roll the tape.
That it's good for tasting, it looks good. I mean, all this is in the garden. All the subjectivistic things, so I'm going to satisfy my own desires. Well, now that's been institutionalized in every outlet media just about the entire country. It's the same fallen nature every single time that is self-centered.
Here we go.
But now it's been, as I said, institutionalized. Think of the slogan of this age: you do you.
Right.
You
right.
do you. So I think what's happened isn't so much that people have really gotten away from finding truth, because we're looking for truth all the time, and we believe in objective truth.
Positive. I don't want to say that word that much.
I want to get him in the first turn.
No. Right, gang? Have y'all ever
God
sat
damn it.
there as my
Come
voice
on,
just
y'all,
cracked
let's
like
get
a fucking 10-year-old whose balls just dropped?
We're
Have
cracking
you guys ever
this
sat there?
monkey
Oh, what are you gonna do today?
right
Well,
off
I gotta
the
pay my
top.
mortgage. I gotta pay my house note. I gotta save for retirement. I gotta go to work. Oh, and I gotta look for truth. I gotta look for. They keep talking about this like this big hate. Like, we're always searching for truth. Here's a truth. Let me debate you. There is no truth. There is no truth. Who goes around saying this? Again, this is a lie that is packed upon a lie that is sitting on some bullshit. Gang, Uncle Bobby's only giving you one big motherfucker. So as a result, Uncle Bob's giving you one big motherfucking solution. Both Kirk Cameron and Greg Kokel,
left and right
shut
indicators,
the fuck up.
The brake and
you guys
acceleration indicators are right outside of those.
By the time that this one is over, we're all bleeding up in this bitch. Everybody's bleeding. That was just stupid, gang. Right? The master of lies. What do you mean by that? Is lecturing atheists? Again, hold on. Gang, we're calling this motherfucking show. 855-243-9975. Bundy, I think we just got a fucking show topic.
Let's get it.
Sitting there, taking calls, teaching people how to fucking lie. Then you got again, Kirk Cameron, a child actor who's got his nose all the way up Ray Comfort's booty hole. Gang, if you're gonna have your nose up someone's booty hole, Ray Comfort is not the booty hole for you. We had a child actor and a trained professional liar try to bust out on evolution, physics, Big Bang cosmology, sociology, reality, and then ended it off with some shit about the Garden of fucking. Look at his face. Look at his face, dude. That was some of the worst shit I've reviewed in quite some time. Right? Again, you are not going to listen to a professional volleyball player and a fucking person who does lawn maintenance talk to you about your wife's need for thoracic surgery. But yet people line up to listen to these two fuckfaces talk about science and reality. I mean, come on. And again, these two suckers get paid off of these videos. You don't think there's something wrong with them? Rich than a motherfucker for lying to people. And at this stage, willingly lying to people. Okay, this is not the 1600s. The overwhelming majority of our questions can be answered by talking to your average talking. Information is no longer at your fingertips. We're too fucking lazy for that. You can literally talk to your motherfucking phone and get a good lead on your average everyday answer. Even scientific. Watch this. Hey Siri. How old is the Earth? $4.5 billion years old.
Boom.
Is my phone 100% absolutely to the fucking millisecond right? Probably not. But she just gave me a hell of a lot better answer than some fuckface who literally just told you that the Genesis account was real. Professional liars getting paid to professionally lie. Gang, you've got to be fucking kidding. All right, gang, the big guy's held you long enough. He's signing the fuck off. Get in truth. Let's go.
All right, gang, we'll switch it up in a bit here. But right now, let's get a couple runs down.
Hey, gang, let me ask you a question. What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that? Actually, we might get an auto, but I don't know. Nope. go ahead and do this. Sweet sound of race cars. It's skinny. Yeah, he murdered me on the exit there. God damn it. It's right on the fucking street. It's the worst time for that. Fuck. God damn it. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Got into the second lap.
Hey, gang, let me ask you a question. What do you mean by that?
All right, hang on a second. Let's put something else on. We still got a couple good hours, gang. So fun. All right. Appreciate y'all so much. All right, let's I had some others pulled up here. So that. All right, what's up with this? A bit longer.
You've probably been hearing a lot about SatanCon lately, especially from right-wing political commentary and news outlets. We are just here to say that we were there as press. From day one, there was misinformation being spread about SatanCon. So we would like to set the record straight, show that the media, especially right-wing media, is purposely misrepresenting what actually went down there. Just to keep this as above board and provable as possible, here are press passes, and you can see that this was in fact from SatanCon 2023.
You still have your wristband on too.
Yes, yeah, I also have that. It should also be said that we are not members of the Satanic Temple. We may be sympathetic to the things that they fight for, but we are not actually members. From the very first day, I was working on collecting all of the misinformation that I saw, especially from major news outlets. I started with
my feet off
just
the pedals.
tweets and saw
Kinda lost the
tweets
feel there.
spiral into a whole web of misinformation
That was
being touted by things like
grocery
Fox
store
News.
parking lot
So,
acceleration for
I
some
have
odd reason.
compiled in a document all the things that I thought worthy to talk about, and I'm going to show them to you. Some things you've seen, some things you haven't.
That's my
I've seen
excuse
some of this stuff, but not all of it.
Hopefully we'll set the record straight by the end of it. All right, starting with the Bible tearing, which is probably the thing that you've seen if you've seen nothing else from SatanCon.
I get it, man. Y'all know what it is. It's the super.
This was part of the commencement of the event. Plenty
And
of
don't
outlets
forget,
had said
the classes
things like,
after this
"Oh, this happened at SatanCon. This happened
gonna
throughout
get faster."
SatanCon." No, there was not desecration of Christian symbols throughout SatanCon. Actually,
No.
not at all. This was the only time anyone tore up a Bible, except for at the Satanic Planet show, which we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
Technically not a part of SatanCon. I found that a lot of outlets liked to report on the Bible tearing, but said absolutely nothing about why it was done, did not include any explanation whatsoever. The only outlet that I actually saw, including Shalise Blythe's explanation of the Bible tearing, was a local Boston-based news outlet, which I think goes to show that local news is often much more fact-based than national, and obviously more than political commentary anywhere.
I mean, from a lot of what I've seen, it's like they're showing footage of the Bible tearing, and of course, like they're showing a lot of footage of the Hail Satan, you know, because like they want to show whatever is like seems the most out there.
I know it's the worst strategy.
In Boston. This is expected to be
We're
the
going
largest
level
gathering
15, but
of
we're noobs. We're like, nah, we're passing people in the corners. Turn one.
There are over 800 attendees coming here to see a variety of presentations as well as different events. There are also a number of people who have gathered outside of Marriott Copley Place where this is being held to protest the event. The people that are attending this event say that they don't actually worship Satan, but they do believe in central tenets that include personal freedoms like the freedom of religion.
For me personally, I see Satan as completely representative of not only my inherent outsider status that I've always had, but also representative of me as a woman that does not adhere to society's expectations of me.
It pretty much is kind of doing this, like, hey, we're here and we're not going anywhere kind of a thing.
Hail Satan.
So ripping up a Bible, it is destroying a symbol that is meant to take our rights. So people misunderstand Satanism as being against Christianity. It's not a statement against Christianity, it's a statement against the symbol that is most used to cause the most harm. It's us kind of taking that symbol, destroying it as a way of saying we are no longer going to take your impositions and we are no longer going to take your oppression, and this is a symbolic act of...
So, as you can see, while this was inflammatory, this was not actually an anti-Christian statement. In fact, one of the founders of TST, Malcolm Jerry, has even said that you could actually be a Christian and be a part of the Satanic Temple because it's not inherently anti-Christian or even anti-believing in a god. It is
anti-tyranny.
Yeah. Of course, if you disagree with the way that they made this statement, sure, I get it, but you can't say that this was something meant to intimidate Christians like many outlets have begun to say.
Yeah.
Now, Ben Shapiro has started to say that the Satanic Temple is all about destroying literally all tradition. Kind of hilarious given that they are beginning their own traditions,
Yeah, I was
right?
going to say, the Satanic Temple has a lot of tradition and ritual in itself.
Right.
So why would they want to destroy all tradition?
Well, it's not a part of traditional culture, they might say. But again, if you actually listen to Schließ and you listen to other people at TST, no, they're not actually trying to destroy traditional culture. Traditional culture can continue to exist. Mm-hmm. It's that they don't want to be forced into traditional culture.
Right.
That's literally it.
Right.
And so when I say that Satanism is now diffused through the side, again, I don't mean that people worship Satan. I mean that in the original sense, if you read the Bible, like the original Hebrew Bible, when it talks about Satan, it's talking about the adversary. The adversary in Jewish philosophy is supposed to be a messenger of God who sort of plays almost prosecuting attorney against man. But the idea of being adversarial toward religion has now been taken up by all of our society, which is how you get to the cultural predations that we currently see, in which all traditional ideas have to be torn down. I will mention the cowardice of people over at the city.
Yeah, he's saying that all traditions, all culture outside of theirs must be torn down, which is literally the opposite of the point.
Yeah.
I think that he knows that.
Oh yeah, he definitely knows that.
Yeah, but this goes against his idea of complete dominion. Traditionalism must rule over all or it's not worth anything. So I'd also like to play you this next statement of Shapiro's.
Tang Temple, I noticed one thing they were not doing is ripping the pages out of Quran.
I ran up in them.
And they're very fond of ripping pages out of Bibles because they know that Christians are going to be totally fine with it and don't care and are annoyed, but let it go. You rip the pages out of a Quran and see how it goes for you over at SatanCon 2023.
But he's saying that Christians will be totally fine with them ripping pages out of the Bible, and there's so many Christians that have been completely outraged by that.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, they're ripping pages out of the Bible because TSD is primarily in the U.S., and what is the biggest power in the U.S.? It's Christianity.
Yeah.
And TSD is all about, like, taking down the oppressor. And in America, the oppressor is Christianity,
right,
not Islam.
Right. Andrew Tate also made that point that Shapiro did. Try the Quran if you're so brave, in response to Schließ ripping the Bible. Schließ actually responded to this, and I think that you will probably like her answer. I live in 2023 America. It is not a siege of Muslim politicians using the Quran as justification to pass anti-LGBTQ laws, or Jewish theocrats citing the Torah to take away our rights to reproductive health. It's evangelical theocracy that is a threat to myself and others. It's their commandments being forced into our schools, their bigotry, racism being used as weapons to kill LGBTQ and BIPOC communities, their hatred of women that forces us to reproduce against our wills. That is why I choose their source of self-righteous justification to destroy.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically what you said, and if you are able to put yourself in their shoes, see it from their perspective, then the answer to why they're not ripping up the
racing
Qurans.
and anti-racing.
However, I would like to note that ex-Muslims are now in, I guess, solidarity with this in a way, or maybe just taking up Andrew Tate's challenge, ripping up Qurans. This is Armin Navabi, who started the Atheist Republic, ex-Muslim ripping up a Quran. There have been many other ex-Muslims posting videos like this on Twitter.
And it makes sense for him to be doing that because he's lived under Islamic tyranny before.
Right.
So, like, that makes sense.
Yeah, I totally get it. Fox News just the other day asked Lucian Greaves if this was something that they did in schools. This is what they wanted to do in schools with parents' consent.
Yeah, well, I mean, I saw you guys ripping up the Bible. What is your objective with people in general? I mean, I would assume y'all would be doing the same thing with children, with the consent of their parents?
What?
This discussion has nothing to do with the after-school Satan clubs, just to make clear.
What I find really funny here is that the only discussion of kids in schools that I heard at SatanCon was a discussion of how to keep religious school board members from instituting rules that would allow them to hit students. Mm-hmm. It was, in fact, one of the very first events just following that Bible tearing, talking about how their campaign of keeping corporal punishment out of schools has gone. And unfortunately, it is a real thing that school boards are actually still allowing, if you can believe that.
For example, Castile in Missouri, who decided to, in fall of 2022, decided to reinstate corporal punishment into their school districts.
And if you continue watching that interview, there was a point where the host, I'm not sure what his name is, but he was asking Lucian, like, are you ripping up Bibles, are you doing this so that your God, which is Satan, will reward you? And it's like Lucian has been on Fox News for years and has specified that TST is a non-theistic religion, and yet they're still insisting that they worship the devil.
Yeah.
It's like obviously they have some sort of agenda or narrative that they're trying to push, and they just don't care about what the truth is.
Right. All right, moving on to claims of souls saved. This one,
I have heard of this.
Yeah, you'll find this amusing. The first tweets that I saw about this were from this account, Anna. Some photos from hashtag SatanCon in Boston this weekend. So many souls were saved and found Jesus. Hallelujah. God bless the pastors and evangelists who flew out there to minister and snatch souls for the kingdom of God. What I find really funny about this tweet is that the guy in the top left, later you'll actually see him in another photo which was taken after this, showing that he was involved with the thing. He was still attending. This was not someone whose soul was saved. Now this next person, top right, this person also continued to attend SatanCon. I saw them on the very last day. I'm not sure if I spoke to them or not, but I do remember seeing them around the conference. Clearly they did not abandon the whole thing. All right, bottom left, literally no one in this picture is a SatanCon attendee.
Yeah, that just looks like a group of protesters or people that were there to pray or whatever. It just looks like they're praying.
People from SatanCon that were attending have a pretty distinct look.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And bottom right, that guy was literally just chilling in the restaurant when they took that picture from behind. He may not even know that they took that picture of him. And we actually sat by him for an extended period of time while we were working on some video stuff while we were there. Pretty cool jacket, but yeah, the guy is still a Satanist.
Yeah, and like that's kind of, how rude is that to just take a picture of someone's back so you can put it on social media and claim that they've been converted to Christianity?
Oh, it gets much better. Wait for this one. Here's another tweet of Anna's. Brother Ricky led a kingpin of the satanic order to Jesus. Praise God. Hallelujah. So, looks like they're having a conversation. Maybe it was an okay conversation, given that they are shaking hands. You scroll down, you see, to clarify, I misunderstood the text from my friend Brother Ricky sent me. This young man did hear the gospel, but he didn't give his life to Jesus just yet, but the seed was planted. Keep praying for his soul. God is so good. You keep going down and you see this guy at the Satanic Planet show hugging one of the performers who simulated sex with another Satanist on stage. It gets better though. You keep going down and she says she clarified her tweet, but she didn't remove it.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. It is good that she at least clarified, but she should have probably removed the tweet altogether, because some people are just going to see that and they're not going to read through the comments and they're going to be like, oh my God, like a kingpin, whatever that means, TSD was converted to Christianity.
I would completely agree with you, and you know what? So does the so-called kingpin of the Satanic Order, actually.
So I thought I'd do this as a video response because I think this post is quite interesting. Not because of the post itself, because of the person who has posted it. I have messaged this person, and it's in the comments, that the information on this is false. I was not converted, I was just chatting to a bloke, had a nice time, it was okay. And I've told this person who has posted this that I have not been converted, and that the information on this is incorrect. But instead of removing the post, as an honest person would, because an honest person would realise that this is false. Instead, they have decided to keep this post up on Twitter, knowing that it is incorrect. So this person is genuinely lying to you, and they know that they are lying because they have been told that they are incorrect. Can you trust a person who keeps up a post that they know is incorrect?
Truth from the kingpin himself. Now, going on to even bigger claims, and if you've heard anything about SatanCon from Christians besides for the Bible ripping, I would guess that this is what you've heard. Sean Foyt claimed that 98 souls were saved at SatanCon. While they were ripping up pages of the Bible to kick off the largest satanic gathering, SatanCon in Boston, over 98 attendees surrendered their lives to Jesus. Verified. From covert evangelists infiltrating the crowd, hashtag God always wins.
Oh my goodness.
98 attendees and it's been verified. Yeah, no, that's a straight out lie. That's a straight out lie. First of all, they're really, from what Drew and I saw, and we weren't at the conference the entire time, but a large part of the time we were there and we were interviewing protesters ourselves. There weren't really a lot of people from the conference going out to talk to the protesters. There'd be a couple here and there. It seemed like the protesters were mostly just talking to each other.
Yeah, so I did see a few people getting delivered of presumably evil spirits or vices or something like that. But every single person that I saw praying with someone or like bowing down or being delivered was a person who they themselves showed up to protest Satan.
I'm trying to get
it was literally evangelists from one church or one congregation or one
which
group,
is probably stupid,
talking to and praying over and delivering other people from other groups who were Christian that showed up for the exact same reason. And that might have made it seem to some that some people were converting, but no, I haven't seen a single actual verified case of any Satanist being converted there whatsoever.
And here's another thing too, is that a lot of the protesters were filming. There were several protesters that seemed like they were live streaming to like Facebook or something. If 98 attendees out of 800, so 1/8 of the attendees of SatanCon were converted, don't you think you would have caught like at least one or two of those on camera?
Yeah.
As if you were filming everything. Like there was several instances where we were trying to do interviews and the protesters were like getting in our shot when we were like conducting the interview, and I would have to tell them to move out of the way. Like they were filming
with
the
their
whole
own
time.
cameras, right?
Like really, if this actually happened, don't you think there'd be some footage of it?
And yet, would you call
But it's verified.
Would you call this verified?
No, it's and it's Sean Foyt. He's like some big dude, like some big guy.
Yes, Sean Foyt is a self-admitted Christian nationalist who leads Christian worship in state capitol buildings in order to usher in an age where Christians rule the government completely.
That's why we get called. Well, you're Christian nationalists. You want the kingdom to be the government. Yes. You want God to come and overtake the government. Yes. You want Christians to be the only ones. Yes, we do. We wouldn't be a disciple of Jesus if we didn't believe that. We want God to be in control of everything. We want believers to be the ones writing the laws. Yes, guilty as charged.
Now, we started with Anna saying that a kingpin had been converted and that several people had been converted. And then you get Sean Foyt a little bit later, maybe the same day or the day after. So we're talking like late Saturday night, maybe early Sunday morning. This number is inflated to 98. But then you go to Fox News, which dropped on Tuesday, and they report that over 120 were saved rather than 98. Chris Kubal, chief program officer of somewhere in Virginia, told Fox News Digital that their sources on the ground claim that there were approximately 120 conversions to Christianity, attributable to evangelism efforts at the venue. They were not necessarily all Satanists, but apparently some were. The number grows as you go on in time. This is the hallmark of a myth.
This is the telephone game.
Exactly.
This is literally how that works.
Yeah.
So you have Sean Foyt saying that there were 98 verified attendees who were converted. And then this one is saying there's 120, but they weren't all Satanists, but there were some. I can guarantee you, well, I mean, I don't know for sure. It's possible maybe there were a few people that we didn't see who were converted, but I highly doubt that. I am pretty sure that not one Satanist was converted to Christianity.
Yeah.
And if you are genuinely trying to convert people to your religion, harassing and screaming at them with megaphones is probably not the way to do it.
Now, they do specify in this article that our approach was very different from what you may have seen on the news.
Okay.
They claimed that they infiltrated the crowd. They got into the hotel despite security trying to keep them out, which we saw plenty of people getting in trouble for harassing people multiple times. And they covertly snuck in, and that's where the conversions happen. I personally saw less than a handful of times where a Satanist was talking with someone that was not from the conference without a security guard coming over, the Satanist saying, "Thank you for getting them away from me, they're harassing me."
Yeah.
So I think this is incredibly dubious. I want to highlight this bit. This guy that's reporting all these conversions says their whole goal is to intimidate Christians, like they're going to rip up the Bible to intimidate us.
Yeah, and like we already explained, ripping up the Bible had nothing to do with intimidating or being anti-Christian. It had to do with destroying symbols of oppression.
Yeah.
And it's kind of ironic to me that this guy's saying that when TST just holds a conference. All they do is have their annual conference, and people fly in from all over the country to protest it.
To say that they are being persecuted by the fact that Satanists are even meeting
because
up
they
at
have
all.
one conference a year. Meanwhile, I mean, there's church every Sunday. People aren't showing up to churches to protest it. Literally the same weekend that SatanCon happened, there was this big, like, men's church retreat where I was showing this to Drew earlier, where, like, their main entertainment was, like a tank rolled out from a stage and had a guy shooting like an AR-15 out of it, and like the tank was rolling over cars. Like that was their main entertainment. And like that happened the same weekend, but people aren't going to protest and like harass people at that event.
Yeah.
Who is trying to intimidate who in this situation? Because it definitely, from my perspective as being someone that attended SatanCon, definitely seems like the Christians are trying to intimidate the Satanists.
Yeah. Speaking of protesters, and we will circle back to the intimidation bit, let's discuss the first bit of protest that happened, which was the Catholic procession that went from, I believe, the center of town in Boston all the way to SatanCon. There were, it looked like 100, maybe more Catholics, all marching, holding Catholic symbols and chanting, praying, that kind of thing. I want you to pay special attention to what their signs say. Satanism is not a religion, but an attack against God. So the Satanic Temple is officially recognized by the IRS and therefore the US government as an official religion. They do not like that because it gives them protections. They see it as an attack against God, no matter how many Satanists explain what it actually is.
Yeah.
The Satanic Temple is holding a public weekend of blasphemy at the Boston Marriott Hotel. This public sin calls for public reparation.
Satan is evil. Evil has no rights.
They're literally saying that they want to take rights away from people of another religion.
Exactly. And yet they are the ones that are being persecuted.
We cannot remain silent about this deliberate attack against God, the Catholic Church, America, and the family.
They're saying that Satanism directly attacks them. Satanism, TST Satanism, is literally about leave me alone.
Let me do my own thing.
Exactly, and
like,
nothing more.
Don't infringe on my rights.
Exactly.
And don't try to push your religion or beliefs on me.
Right.
There was another sign that said, "One nation under God excludes Satanism."
Yeah, let's see if we can find that.
It was like in the beginning. Yeah. One nation under God excludes Satanism. All of their signs directly say, we want to take away rights from this group of people because they don't believe the same thing you do.
Right.
But it makes me so mad because it's like, but yet we're the ones that are persecuting you. We're not showing up outside of your church with signs that say one nation under Satan excludes Catholicism. Like, it makes me mad.
As soon as we walked into SatanCon, we noticed that there were several protesters being stopped by police and security guards.
Find Jesus, guys! We must repent! 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 Find God! Find God! Find God!
So guys, that's what happens. Got mobbed really quick, but a message has to be heard, has to be given. Yeah, that's really all I know to say. Repent! Repent and find God! Jesus loves you! Accept him, he is the way, the truth, the life! So we're getting trespassed, but it doesn't matter because it's the message of the Lord. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. We must keep spreading the Lord. I'm just trying to ask questions.
Walk away from me.
Why are you so angry? I'm just trying to ask questions.
Up there and you were causing problems.
That wasn't me. That was my twin brother.
And we overheard as we were walking by, no, you can't harass. Yes, you can have conversations with people, but if they deny you, if they reject you, you have to leave them alone.
Yeah,
you have to stop
them.
You've been told multiple times, yeah, you can't stalk them, you can't harass them, I believe is what the officer said. And there's this clip here from this apparently popular comedian that I had not heard of, but I think this really captures the spirit of not all the protesters, but several who were told to stop harassing.
This is a convention for what? What is it for?
Private property.
For Satan? No, but I'm dying. Wait, this is a Satan for Satan?
Sir, I'm certain
Are you guys with the devil? You guys with the devil? Oh, all right. Yes? All right. I don't know how that works. I'm doing a documentary. So what does it mean? What does it mean if you're with the devil? Oh, she's out of here. All right. Well, take care. Sorry, guys. Try my best. Can you what? No, you can't fucking wash my feet. But I mean, no, you're not. No, I'll get somebody else to do it. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Glory, hallelujah. He has set me free.
I'm not touching this shit. I'm not touching this shit. I'm not touching this shit. I can't. What do you want me to do? Well, I can't. I'm not getting involved in these fucking kooks. Oh, the devil. You're not with the devil, people. Just kidding.
This guy's a comedian.
Yeah.
What's the joke?
The joke
saying,
is
you're with Satan. Ha 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 ha.
The joke is if you're different.
Ever.
Yeah, if you're different, then you suck. I don't really understand what is so funny about going up to someone and they're saying, "Please stop recording me, sir," and people are getting up and moving away from you.
Yeah.
They're clearly uncomfortable with you shoving a camera in their face and asking them questions to try to trap them somewhere.
So I hadn't seen this before. I felt so badly for those two people that were just sitting at the bar and like got up and left because this person was shoving a camera in their face and wouldn't leave them alone. Like they're just trying to relax and get a beer and just have a good time, and they literally have to leave because they're being harassed.
Yeah.
But no, the Satanists are the ones that are oppressing and persecuting everybody else.
Right. How often do you see Satanists going into churches with cameras, asking people pointed questions and harassing them?
No, that doesn't happen.
Churches don't even really have to have security, unlike SatanCon, which had... Do you think that it would be an exaggeration to say they had at least 24 security guards in the hotel?
No, I think that there was probably more than that because it seemed like they had like a hired security company, and then also there was a very large police presence.
Constantly. I'll click off this video, but I want to give a shout out to the security guard that's in this video. He was kind of one of the main people that was in a choke point, so that like you had to get past him in order to go up to the actual conference. So he had many run-ins with people.
Yeah.
Very nice guy, stood up for everyone that was there, and I mean I thanked him in person, but again, I don't know if we'll see this video, but man, thank you so much for being willing to put yourself in harm's way, even though I know it's your job, for people who are on the margins of society. We appreciate that. Now, you haven't seen this, although you did see the guy that filmed this. There was actually conflict outside of SatanCon, and not a single Satanist was involved.
You believe in the scriptures. You reject the Bible. You reject what God says. You reject what God has to say to you. Not your obeying the God of the Bible.
I fucking made the mistake of trying to look at the screen. Why would I do that?
Back off! That's you guys. Mother Teresa is burning in hell. Time for you to repent, or you will serve. Be burning in hell. There is no purgatory. There is no purgatory. You've been lied to.
You get the idea.
Yeah, going to SatanCon, that was kind of what I was expecting, was that the people that would end up fighting would be like the different denomination or like the different sects of Christianity fighting with each other.
And actually, I don't think that it escalated to the point where police had to be involved. However, in the first SatanCon that was in Scottsdale, Arizona last year, police did have to be called because the Catholics and the evangelicals got into like a physical altercation.
Oh my god.
Satanists were never involved. No Satanists ever got in trouble. It was only the protesters that showed up to, should I say, persecute them? Okay, getting into Patriot Front and the Proud Boys showing up. They did actually get in. A lot of security guards, a lot of police officers tried to keep them out, but they came in pretty large numbers and did get in. I don't believe that at any point they ever actually got up to the floor where the conference was on, but they were in the bar where people were. At one point, conference organizers told us, do not go to the second floor. Patriot Front and the Proud Boys are everywhere in the building, and we don't know what's going to happen.
That is just fucking awful.
Shortly after that,
how the fuck's
I know
that
that at
organization
least
supposed
one
to fucking
assault
grow
happened.
and recruit?
One person was assaulted.
Just
the
have a
organizers
fucking
did
good
not
time together.
let us know who that was, which is probably
If this
good.
is what you
we
gotta
don't
be
necessarily
willing
need to
to
know
put
their
up
identity.
with
I don't know if it was another protester. I
to
really
be
wouldn't be
part of the
surprised.
club.
It could have been a Satanist. I wouldn't be surprised at that either. And at least one man was also found armed. Lucian Greaves, one of the founders of TST, actually said that this resulted in the arrest of someone from the Proud Boys or Patriot Front. Let's see. So Patriot Front showed up after missing his lecture. I hear they came armed just to predictably get arrested. They don't come stupider. Yeah, I'm not really sure what they were intending on doing with their firearms in that building. But
like, did they have an end goal in mind with that, or are they just trying to be scary? Or
I would guess that they were primarily there just to intimidate. However, they are kind of conspiracy theorists. They probably thought they were going to walk into the building and see child sacrifice and the Illuminati, working magic or something. And instead, they show up and they see a bunch of like metalheads and nerds, like talking about romantic literature and like Behemoth and Ghost and stuff like that.
It was pretty scary for me at one point when we were in like the bar restaurant where a lot of people were hanging out in the hotel, and there was like I'm pretty sure someone from the Proud Boys standing like right next to us.
Yeah.
And that was scary for me.
So Lucian Greaves, one of the founders of TST, has a band, an industrial metal band called Satanic Planet. We went to that show, and protesters, the ones that were saying that Mother Teresa is burning in hell, followed people from the conference to the venue, which was completely across town, and were very loudly harassing people standing in line outside the show.
Yeah.
I heard that you have a video of that
Yeah,
that we can
and
check out.
Something we should also mention is that the show was not like directly affiliated or part of the conference.
Right.
Obviously, most of the temple people like showed up, but anyone could have shown up to the show.
Yeah, it was a totally separate venue.
Your child throwing masturbators.
Trying to go to a metal show. Yeah, so at one point, the protesters were saying something about, like, if you masturbate, you're gonna go straight to hell.
And that you were, like, a groomer if you masturbate.
Yeah, and so all of the people in line for the show started, like, chanting, masturbate, masturbate.
It was actually pretty fun, not gonna lie, but until some police were called and showed up, it was a bit nerve-wracking. I was worried that some kind of altercation might start because they wouldn't like get out of somebody's face, but
yeah, and there was no security or police at all.
Right. Eventually, a police car did show up, and there were a couple of officers that were standing near them. It's a good thing that these guys that protest tend to really like the police. or else I don't know what would have happened. On to discussion of sex and gender that people have been putting out there. On the first or second day of the conference, Ollie London, a famous detransitioner and anti-trans spokesperson, tweeted that TST worships Satan and a transgender demon, Baphomet, had trans speakers, and had a sins of the flesh talk.
Two
now,
big
let's
mistakes, man.
discuss
And then you just get
each
like
of those
8
points
seconds
one
off
by
and-
one. Taylor, does TST worship Satan?
Oh god, this is so fucking basic, but no.
Do they worship a transgender deity, Baphomet?
No, they do not worship a transgender deity named Baphomet.
I'd also like to say that Baphomet as a symbol, which does have male and female attributes to it, far predates the entire concept, the modern concept of transgender.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there was no transitioning for Baphomet or the people who were at least accused of worshiping him, the Knights Templar, back in the Middle Ages. Yes, there were people that were other genders besides male and female, because that has always existed, but this demon in its image was never any sort of commentary on people transitioning or even humans being gender non-conforming. It simply meant to represent duality. That's all. So to call it a transgender deity is so anachronistic, it's painful. The event features multiple transgender speakers speaking on subjects including, I'll say yes, there were multiple transgender speakers. I wonder why in an organization which is about being an outsider, about having been forced to the margins of society, why there would be multiple transgender people in that organization. That's very curious, huh? Maybe it's because this organization accepts people who have been marginalized,
right,
as opposed to mainstream organizations, which almost unanimously just directly spew hatred and vitriol and persecution at trans people.
Mm-hmm.
There are few religious communities where trans people get any sort of platform, much less are even allowed in. So excuse the Satanic Temple if they have transgender people speaking about their experiences, when the whole thing is about how we can overcome persecution together.
And I will also say that the sins of the flesh talk, that speaker I don't believe was transgender.
No, he was not trans, and I actually have his information pulled up here. Dr. Eric Sprankle is an associate professor at Minnesota State University. He is a cis man. He is a clinical psychologist. He's an associate professor. He studies sexuality and he teaches in the undergraduate program there at his university. His presentation was about what different traditions throughout time, Judeo and Christian, had to say about masturbation. Basically, they had various forms of shaming it. And then he talked about how Satanism has a different outlook on it, which is actually science-based. He was an actual researcher discussing things from a scientific perspective, and it turned out that the research does not support the idea that masturbation is actually unhealthy socially or mentally or spiritually or in any other way.
Yeah.
It is only traditions that say that it is harmful. The data does not actually say that. That was the point of the talk. It was not saying, oh, you should go and just masturbate as much as you possibly can because that's the point of life.
Yeah, or there wasn't any like public demonstrations or how-to on how to masturbate.
No.
And this is a good example of like how a lot of the talks were like this, were very academic and educational. And I just thought it was really funny that the protesters were so convinced that we're in there like casting spells and having orgies and all that kind of stuff. And meanwhile, like there's just people in a conference room listening to someone give a lecture.
Yeah. Michael Knowles, who is a right-wing political commentator and I believe a part of the Daily Wire, made a pretty harsh claim.
These guys, or even to feel a great deal of pity for them, because you think, oh, these are just a bunch of misfit weirdos dressing up in goat horns and making the rock and roll symbol, and it's no big deal. But they're promoting pretty bad stuff. I mean, castrating children. That's not great. That's a bad thing to promote.
When did they ever promote that?
I actually didn't hear any discussion at all. Now, again, I didn't go to every single presentation, but I didn't hear any even insinuation. No, there was no inkling of a conversation about transitioning children, much less castrating children.
Yeah.
First of all, gender-affirming care is not castrating kids. Minors are not having their penises cut off. That is just straight up not happening, period.
Mm-hmm.
That is an exaggeration. Now, if you want to talk about actually having kids transition, this is a completely different conversation than cutting a boy's penis off. And he knows this.
Yeah.
First of all, the number of kids who are actually receiving gender-affirming care, at least in the US, is so much smaller than they act like it is. I think that we're talking about less than 5 digits per year. That is a tiny, tiny fraction of the US population, and yet they act like this is some massive epidemic. I'll show some numbers here from a recent study so that you guys can see what I'm talking about.
And in most cases, the overwhelming amount of cases, it's to literally save that child's life.
Because gender dysphoria can be a life-threatening thing.
Yeah.
It can make you suicidal, very severely so. I used to be in social work and I've worked with kids who are in these situations. It's not something to take lightly. This can be life-saving care for kids. It's a complex situation, and people like Michael Knowles like to bring up, things like castrating kids as much as they possibly can because this makes people angry. It does sound really scary that people might be castrating kids. Yeah, I'd be scared if I thought that was actually happening.
Yeah, but that's not happening.
Right. You'd think they'd discuss something that's actually happening, like kids getting their school lunches taken away in very food unstable environments. Maybe they could talk about child poverty. Maybe they could talk about the number of children here who are not receiving adequate health care because our health care system
child abuse in the
is so
church.
shot.
Why don't we just start
But
there?
instead, they make up conspiracy theories about trans kids who are already persecuted just for existing.
Literally.
Michael Knowles is not the only person
Punching
who
down like a
would not
motherfucker.
stop talking about Satanists, loving to force transitioning on kids. Ben Shapiro discussed multiple times in his response to SatanCon how the Satanists believe in transgenderism, and every time he brought that up, he had to mention children. He had to say they believe in transing kids, as if Satanists are in there promoting making kids transition.
The freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own. Well, the Satanic Temple presumably does not believe totally in the freedoms of others because they're obviously very much pro-abortion, they're in favor of the transing of the children, and all the rest. Beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's belief, says, once again, the Satanic Temple, that is called the Satanic Temple, and also is a backer of abortion and transgenderism among children. Like, the same classes being taught at SatanCon are now taught in 3rd grade at public schools across the nation. And why gender is a spectrum. Why you should be able to trans the kid.
The actual position that it seems to me everyone in TST has is if someone has gender dysphoria, if someone is suffering, and transitioning will be an adequate medical treatment to help them with that, then they should be able to transition,
bada bing, bada
and we
boom.
should accept them. And I think the most important thing they probably say is, if someone is experiencing gender dysphoria or transitions or whatever, we should allow them to do what is going to be best for them by their own judgment, and we should back the fuck off.
What?
Just
What
accept
is so
them,
difficult about
love
this?
them, show them
100%.
acceptance,
Celebrate them and be like,
regardless
what
of
do you
who they
do?
are or what they look like.
Oh, this other shit? Cool.
As a kid,
Let's talk
I
about
was
that
taught
other
that was a
shit.
Christian value.
Oh, you want to race?
I rarely see
you
that
don't
as a
wanna
Christian
race?
value
No.
today.
Take your
It's very
non-racing
ironic
ass
that
over there with the
Satanists
rest of the
are so big as well.
non-racers.
So that is all of the misinformation that I came across. There is almost definitely more out there because falsehoods, misinformation definitely spread faster than actual factual information, faster than truth. But hopefully this helped to shed some light on what actually happened at SatanCon. Now, I wanted to ask you, aside from all this stuff surrounding it, from the ridiculousness of protesters and all of that, how was your experience at SatanCon?
It was really, really good. I think it was probably the best conference I've ever been to. Everything I saw there was so positive.
I would agree with that, and I've been to many
I hope
to
people
all
had
of the
a
major
powerful
atheist
enough
conferences and
experience
several smaller ones. Not
that they
every
continue
atheist
to go
conference that goes on
and support the
annually. This was not
organization.
exactly an atheist convention. It was Satanist. It's actually a religious organization. But when it came to the demographics that were there, first of all, you saw all age groups, which is not a thing at atheist conferences. Atheist conferences are usually people over the age of 40.
Yeah.
And there are
Yeah.
people younger than that, but not very many.
There were a lot of people our age
Yeah.
there, which was really encouraging to see.
Yeah, tons. They also, yes, had trans people, but there were LGBTQ people of all kinds everywhere, very visible. There were probably some straight people there too. And it was just nice to see so many different people from so many different minority groups of different kinds all come together and just band
Hail
together
Satan,
to support each
baby.
other and work towards something that benefits not only them and their groups, but I would say society as a whole. Because if Satanism can be protected under the Constitution and in our courts, then that means that any minority faith or minority group can be protected as well, and Satanists acknowledge this. This is why there are so many minorities in Satanism. Lastly, how do you think everything ran, like logistics-wise, time-wise?
Everything went very, very smoothly, and I think that was a big accomplishment considering the amount of protesters and people that were trying to infiltrate and do whatever they were going to do. I mean, everything went really great.
Yeah, it's honestly amazing that everything could even run on time and that everyone was safe the whole time, given what was happening.
Yeah.
So, TST organizers, massive accomplishment. I think you already know that, but bravo. With that, I'll bring this video to a close. I may have another SatanCon video coming up where I am basically interviewing the protesters and then interviewing SatanCon attendees to test the religious literacy of each group. After watching this all the way to the end, I can imagine that you have an idea how that went, what the result of that will be. But, okay, I'll go ahead and do a send-off, some footage that we took while we were there.
Alright, cool.
Thanks for watching, guys. Again, thanks for watching.
just,
I've been Drew,
run
I'm
after
Genetically
this.
Modified Skeptic. A
We're
special
gonna
thanks to my
just,
patrons for their constant
and then
love
I'll
and
put
support.
something else on
If you want to
after
hear more
this
from
one.
me, then subscribe. If you are an apostate in need, there are resources linked in the description to help you find community and mental health support. Remember to be kind to others in the comments, and until next time, stay safe.
Oh! Well, there it is. God damn it. This is such a good run. I like to treat it like a real
And until next time,
a crash like that take you out of it. All right, let's see what else is on the tubes. Yeah, let's do some. Oh, we on a strip? What you want to do on a strip then? What you want to do on a strip then? What you trying to do on a strip then? What are you? Actually, I can't really do anything with that because I can't watch it. Yeah, why not? Let's do it.
Listen, if somebody wants to know whether God exists, whether the Bible is true, ladies and gentlemen, you've waited long enough. The evidence is in. It's overwhelming.
It's over 9,000!
We have to stop pretending, well, who's to say? Science has said.
Science has said.
Science has said it, my fellow apes. Science has said that God exists. And more specifically, science has said that the Bible is true.
The Bible is true.
And that's quite the revelation, huh?
That shit's
So let's find out what
cray-cray.
precisely this
Cray-cray.
extremely confident man is on about. That we will. We'll be
Hang on a
using
sec.
Eric Metaxas as an example proponent of quite the popular narrative making the rounds as of late, and especially in evangelical circles, namely a resurrection of the resurrection. Christianity, don't you know, is making a grand comeback. Atheism is dead. Yeah, that's a real book, a book written by Eric, and it's a cringe cathedral, but we'll walk through its halls soon. For now, I'd like to thank Masterworks, the sponsor of this video. I've recently invested all I have to turn Rationality Rules from a one-man band into a team, and so having a company invest in us in the form of a sponsorship is greatly appreciated. If you're interested in diversifying your portfolio, then this one's for you. In 2023, passively growing your money by, for instance, investing in the stock market has been suffering. In fact, financial experts, including Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, say that due to the volatility in the markets, now is when you should diversify more than ever. And here's where Masterworks presents a fascinating opportunity. Masterworks is a unique platform that lets you invest in multi-million-dollar art by legends such as Picasso and Banksy, but for a fraction of the full price. All Masterworks' offering circulars with the SEC are linked in the description and at sec.gov. And like all investments, there's risk. But according to Citibank, this art has a very low correlation to other investment-like stocks, so when they dip, your art investments may not. In fact, even with all the economic chaos in 2023, Masterworks has only increased the pace of their sales, and therefore the returns they've handed back. After all, for Masterworks, it's in their best interest to get the highest possible return from selling their art. On this note, since Masterworks sponsored the channel in March, they've sold another 2 paintings, bringing them to a total of 13 exits, all with a positive return. So, if you're looking to diversify your portfolio alongside 700,000 other clients of Masterworks, then be sure to click my link below. Thanks. Let's find out who precisely Eric Metaxas is.
The more science progresses, the more knowledge progresses, the more it makes it intellectually untenable to say there is no God.
Intellectually untenable, huh? Eric is perhaps best known for his long career as a children's author, writing classics such as Donald Builds the Wall, which features Donald wearing red, white and blue, wielding a club with We the People carved into it as he bashes mean monsters. Or here's another one of Eric's children's books, Donald Drains the Swamp. It's based on a true story, don't you know? Oh, just look at these mean monsters clogging up the water. This type of propaganda is good, so we're told. Unlike other children's books of the past, of course. Eric also reached fame as one of the writers of the show VeggieTales, which seeks to convey Christian moral themes and teach biblical values and lessons for a child-based audience.
Hang on, everyone! It'll be alright! This is what God prepared us for!
Now, personally, I'm most looking forward to their episode when they cut off Miss Salad Finger's fingers for grabbing the balls of Mr. Brussels while he fights Professor Broccoli.
Oh my god! The Veggie Fables! I love your religious propaganda clumsily disguised as children's entertainment.
Eric himself likes to point out that people probably know him as the author of books such as Martin Luther and Miracles, as well as the host of the Eric Metaxas radio show, and the founder and host of the Socrates in the Cities conversation series. Interestingly, Eric has described himself as, get this, the world's foremost authority. About what precisely? No one knows. He's just the self-proclaimed world's authority, okay? Get over it. It says so right here on his website, named after Socrates. You know, before we move on, we've really got to soak this one up. This is a full-course meal of irony, and as someone who's a Brit, I'm sure you can appreciate, it's actually illegal for me not to give this the podium. The man who boasts of being the world's foremost authority is in charge of a website named after the man who humbly claimed to know nothing. Yeah, bask in the cringe, my dudes, because this is only gonna get worse. And as to why it's gonna get worse, well, Eric tells us straight up.
Why? Because I'm crazy?
Well, Eric is the world's foremost authority, and so we couldn't possibly disagree with him. Moving on, this level of cringe isn't rare for Eric. He's an extremely unprincipled and contradictory person. For instance, when it comes to something he doesn't favour, he argues that the government must not be able to tell its citizens what to do.
And I think, again, Americans need to understand, if the government or everybody is telling you you have to do something, we don't have dissent, no dissent, you need to understand that's not the American way, folks.
But when it comes to things he does favour, he insists that the government should be able to dictate the lives of its citizens.
If maniacal Christians took control of this country, they would make it safe for everybody else to be a part of this country. So do not fear theocracy, folks. That is a chimera. That is nonsense, a mirage.
Now, I don't know about you, but I'm getting pretty damn tired of religious conservatives preaching selective freedom.
Because I'm into this type of
like
racing.
seriously, a principle isn't a principle until it costs you. If you're in favor of free speech only if people say things that you like, you're not in favor of free speech.
Do not fear theocracy, folks.
Stop pretending you're for freedom. Now, we could go on for a very, very long time, but we've got to wrap this chapter up.
I don't want to just go
One of
around
Eric's
and
most
track
successful
in order.
pieces of content is his article titled Science Increasingly Makes the Case for God, which he explains in his book titled Atheism is Dead, went viral as soon as it was published.
The article went online on Christmas Eve in 2014 and appeared in the print edition on Christmas Day. Only hours afterward, it had been shared on Facebook thousands of times with hundreds of comments.
Eric spends a large portion at the start of his book filleting himself by giving an anecdote of being spotted while on a family skiing resort and boasting of 100,000 Facebook shares.
Soon, the Facebook shares hit 100,000.
And, well, Eric goes on for quite some time, but you get the point. His article garnered a great reception, and so he decided to write the aforementioned book based upon it.
But it is because of the response to that article that I have written this book.
And what we're going to do in this series is use Eric as a vehicle to appreciate evangelical claims. Without further ado, let's get to it.
Introduction. The Grand Counter-Narrative. We are living in unprecedentedly exciting times, but most of us don't know it yet. That's essentially the point of this book, to share the news that what many people have dreamt of and others have believed could never happen has happened, or at any rate is happening this very minute and has been happening for some time. By this, I mean the emergence of inescapably compelling evidence for God's existence.
Yeah, we're going down the rabbit hole from the very get-go, and it's going to become all the more explicit within a few minutes. Eric's introductory title of The Grand Counter-Narrative,
The Grand Counter-Narrative,
is one in which secular elites are well aware of what he calls inescapably compelling evidence for God's existence, but they're deliberately hiding this evidence from the world, from you. Yeah, this is another case of a religious conservative portraying secular people as mean monsters in need of a good old bash.
Although such evidence has been appearing for decades, the culture hasn't much noticed it or spoken of it. And more recently, such evidence has been accelerating. But we are generally still stuck in the secular narrative that reached its apogee in the 1966 Time magazine cover article with the infamous title, Is God Dead?
Throughout his book, Eric mentions this Time magazine article several times, often reminding us of its year of publication, which fits his grand counter-narrative of secular elites hiding the evidence for God's existence. But this isn't the only role the 1966 article has in Eric's play. No, it also represents, as he puts it, the supposed apogee, the climax of atheism, which has since been steadily fading into death as a new wave of specifically Christian vindication has unfolded. I know, this is completely backwards. What we're witnessing here is simple projection. Eric is accusing others, pretty much anyone else in this case, including most Christians, of doing what he's doing, so that if someone calls him out, it will come across as pretty petty. As in, no, I'm not weaving a grand counter-narrative, you are. This reverse Uno card is lazy, but it's rhetorically effective. We've got to give him that. It doesn't, however, hold any water.
More importantly, our rather disproportionately secular cultural leaders were quite sure it was settled. So when any evidence came their way to the contrary, they tended to ignore it, since it so clearly defied the trend toward secularization that everyone had already accepted. It is more than anything because of this that the rest of us haven't heard much.
Okay, let's take the time to appreciate the assertions Eric has just made. First, he claimed that cultural leaders, presumably from 1966 through to today, are typically secular.
Our rather disproportionately secular cultural leaders.
And by secular, what precisely does Eric mean? Well, he's already made this clear in the paragraph we're reviewing, and he makes it even clearer throughout his book. Secular people are, according to Eric, anti-religious people, actively ignoring evidence of God's existence because the evidence doesn't fit their narrative.
So when any evidence came their way to the contrary, they tended to ignore it, since it so clearly defied the trend toward secularization that everyone had already accepted.
Eric defining secularism this way, of course, reveals that he either hasn't a clue of what secularism is, or, like his best buddy Dennis Prager, he's all too happy to misrepresent it. We thoroughly went over the definition of secularism in our first episode on Dennis's ultimate master's professor red pill PhD program, and so we'll keep it brief here. Secularism is defined as the separation of religious institutions from state institutions, and a public sphere where religion may participate but not dominate. Hence, secularism is a position that's independent of whether God exists. One could believe in God and yet still opt for a secular society. But no, not according to Eric. He insists that secularism entails ignoring evidence for God's existence as to maintain an anti-God trajectory. But here's the thing, even using his definition of secularism, we're left empty-handed. He offers no evidence anywhere in his book to support the claim that the anti-religious are ignoring the truth. He's relying entirely on his audience buying his claims based on their intuitions and biases. So no, he doesn't consider such facts as, to scratch the surface, Thomas Jefferson being the only president in the history of the US to have not identified as a Christian, with Abraham Lincoln being a murky potential second. Hence, from 1966 through to today, every single president has been a Christian. And no, Eric doesn't note that despite as of 2021, while 1 in 4 US adults are unaffiliated with a religion, only 1 in 500 of Congress reflect this. I mean, does the president and Congress not count as cultural leaders in Eric's mind? Or are they just pretending, being part of the secular conspiracy? Or are they just not evangelical enough? Maybe it's that. Maybe Eric considers every Christian not as zealous as him to be secular. My, we're in quite the mess here. But make no mistake about it, this is a feature, not a bug. Such grand counter-narratives, as we're witnessing here, thrive on murky definitions, bold assertions, and, to be blunt, the ignorance and deep desires of the audience. Anyhow, according to Eric, it's because of this grand conspiracy that we don't all today so easily recognize God's existence.
But while all of us were sleeping through the decades and assuming the religious tide was going further and further out, never to return, something happened. The wind shifted. And for some time now, the tide has been returning, slowly but steadily.
Eric would have us believe that since 1966, where atheism had its zenith, the religious tide has very much been coming into shore. But is this true? Does he offer any evidence for this claim? Drum roll, please. No, he doesn't.
Those hostile to such evidence and those friendly to it were equally oblivious. Somehow, over the years, I've had the good fortune to stumble across books in which bits of this evidence have appeared and have quietly been making mental notes.
Don't you just love how Eric has painted himself as Sherlock Holmes, uncovering the conglomerate of lies underpinning modern civilization? He alone has had to break into the closets of hostile secular institutions, avoiding the monsters as he pieces together evidence so compelling for God's existence as to render it intellectually untenable for the world not to immediately fall to their knees. Truly, he's a children's author, alright. Didn't know he also wrote adult fantasy though. What a guy.
Because I'm crazy.
Our primary goal in this opening episode has been to appreciate the evangelical rhetoric of Eric, and especially his overflowing confidence and narrative control. To effectively deal with his claims in future installments, we need to appreciate his mentality, which we now have a decent grasp of. But to get a firmer grip, let's see just how deep the rabbit hole goes by trying out some of those secret doors.
Since the Time article in 1966, roughly 5 things have arisen to challenge, and I will argue, to overturn the secular consensus that formed in the wake of that article.
So let's hear them out. Are you ready for the secrets to finally be exposed? Are you ready for your baptism?
The first is the discovery of what we call the Big Bang.
Bro, I don't know what circles you're in, but we know about the Big Bang. This isn't hidden. In fact, I have to correct theists who misuse Big Bang cosmology all the time.
In discovering that the universe had a clear beginning, we realized there was a point at which all the laws of physics and all of matter and energy did not exist.
Goodness. You see, I'm having to do it now. No, Eric, the Big Bang doesn't state that before it there was no matter or energy. Stop confidently spewing nonsense. Pretty please with a cherry on top.
The second thing which we have already mentioned, is our discovery in the last decades of the increasingly overwhelming evidence of so-called fine-tuning in the universe.
Fine-tuning, you say? What's that? I don't think I've ever heard of fine-tuning. The secular elite have really hidden this one from me. I'll tell you what, I'm going to write them a finely tuned angry letter. No, wait, I have issued objections to fine-tuning arguments many times over.
The third major shift in the last decades has to do with our views on how life emerged from non-life on the early Earth, often called abiogenesis.
For crying out loud, this secret is so well hidden that Eric can't even pronounce it.
Abiogenesis.
It's abiogenesis, not abiogenesis.
It's Leviosa.
Thanks also to the world's premier nanoscientist, James Tour.
Really, Eric? You're going to pedestal the creationist James Tour, the dude that's been ripped several new assholes by Professor Dave?
So when you say that selection can't exist on a prebiotic Earth, you are doing nothing but demonstrating your spectacular ignorance towards an entire subfield of chemistry.
Huh?
Yes, he is. Eric cuddles up to other creationists too, such as Stephen Meyer. You see, the mindset and narrative needed to buy into a secular conspiracy to hide evidence is also the mindset needed to buy into many conspiratorial and pseudoscientific propositions. This is why I've chosen Eric as a vehicle for this claim. He's a quintessential evangelical.
Thanks also to the world's premier nanoscientist, James Tour of Rice University, we know how difficult it is to create molecules even under the best controlled conditions.
Do we? Really? I wonder, what are the best controlled conditions? Seriously, tell us what they are, Eric. Because this tired old divine fallacy, otherwise known as an argument from incredulity, isn't fooling anyone. It's no better than if the ancient Greeks insisted that we'd never fly because they couldn't achieve it under what they considered to be the best controlled conditions. How on earth does Eric or James know what the best controlled conditions are? Well, you guessed it, they don't. So what's the fourth hidden piece of evidence the elite don't want us to see?
The fourth thing that has happened over the last decades concerns archaeological discoveries in the Middle East.
Damn it! You know what? I haven't really delved into archaeological arguments at all, and so we'll do that thoroughly soon. Until then, though,
no traction control is
that archaeology continues to uncover evidence that what the Bible says is history, and it happens over and over and over.
And what's the fifth and final?
The fifth thing that has changed in recent years is our knowledge of what atheism is, both theoretically and practically.
Oh,
For example, we've had the time to observe the lives of various atheists, such as Jean-Paul Sartre, Albert Camus, and Antony Flew, to see whether any of them were able to live out their philosophies in a way that was inspiring or even merely logical.
So, first of all, atheism isn't a philosophy. All three of the specific names Eric chose had very different beliefs, and one of them, Antony Flew, converted to theism. This, of course, is something he milks in his book, claiming that real atheism ends in depression and disaster, and that's why Antony gave it up.
Eric also claims that Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus converted on their deathbeds, both of which are based on a single dubious witness.
We've had the opportunity to see which of them most honestly grappled with the eternal question of God's existence and what they eventually came to believe.
Ah, I see. An honest atheist is one who isn't an atheist. Brilliant. Good to know. I now understand how to argue effectively. The next time I want to speak about the average Christian, I'll be sure to select pedo priests. That's how it works, right?
We've also had the opportunity to watch the decades-long careers of atheist states like the former Soviet Union, China, Nazi Germany, and North Korea.
How are so many prominent theists absurdly ignorant of history? Imagine confidently claiming that Nazi Germany was atheist. What utter tripe! Anyhow, there's the 5 hidden pieces of evidence that Eric dug up from the cellars of the secular elite with his sublime detective skills, and he's accusing cultural leaders of hiding these crucial facts and arguments from you. Be it universities and colleges, research institutions, and governments and legislative bodies. They're all in on it. The world is against you. Don't trust the secular elite. They're mean, mad monsters against all that's good in the world. But the truth is that none of this supposed overwhelming evidence is hidden. Eric brings nothing new to the table. At best, he's championing old arguments that have been discussed at great length in journals and even live debates. And at worst, he's
Alright, let's pause that. Let's go. Just because I know it's going to end. Actually, you can put the blinker.
Completely misrepresenting evidence. But in either case, we find in Eric no admission of any room for rational disagreement, with much of his one-dimensional thinking being explicitly predicated on conspiracies. For instance, Eric assures us that Joe Biden isn't the president of the United States.
I mean, there's a lot of the stuff that's been going on, whether it's with the vaccines or whether it's with the voting fraud or whatever.
But I guess this isn't all that surprising, given his other books. The conspiratorial nature we've witnessed today isn't rare. It is, in fact, the modus operandi of Eric.
I was like, fuck it,
the key takeaway here is that when debating the likes of Eric, our differences don't come down to a few areas of rational disagreement. No, it comes down to us having completely different realities. The Christian copian counter-narrative that Eric champions is to the average atheist, and perhaps also the average theist, completely bonkers. But like it or not, Eric represents a lot of people. As of 2019, it's still the case that a third of US adults reject evolution. Anyhow, as always, thank you kindly for the view, and an extra special thank you to our wonderful patrons and YouTube members. We've got huge plans for the channel, and we...
Alright, let's go, gang. Let's put together a good one. What I want. I mean, I really want to be on them, like, so I can use their draft or whatever. Breaks there. All right. least we didn't put it in the bin. Whoops. Not too much.
That asshole really said abiogenesis, didn't he?
He did.
I almost ran off the track when he said that shit, man.
You and me both.
Like, he's gonna make a YouTube video about this shit, but he ain't never talked to anyone with a degree about it. What a loser.
No one.
Man, that's like if you did a stream and you were talking about I don't know, Jesus Christ the whole time. You know, cheese
Right.
instead of Jesus. Like, all right, oh, yeah, that's it. That's all I want to say.
Holy shit! I was like, what the fuck is going on? I realized what year I was in. Wayne, what you playing ACC? Or is that a Corsair? Let's go, gang. I got that good stuff. That is not that good drug. Oh, that was by far my best friend. Oh man. Oh, I'm fucking feeling it. Switch back. It's not as much speed as I wanted. Y'all see the balance, man. We just have, every time we have to get that little bit more control, but a little bit more aggressive. It's a contradiction if ever there was one. But that is, in fact, what the task is. So that exit speed, body speeds. Inside line. just run around this track. Almost had on the outside. All right, then, let's go. Right around him. Getting that lower gear. No bump, but let me see already. Oh man. Let's go. Where's the flyover? talking to me, and this dude through here. Fuck. Alright, then. Let's go. Oh! Holy shit. Fuck, I actually think I should be downshifting when I do that. I honestly think it would help with the acceleration. Just because it says 2 doesn't mean I can't go down to 1. And I think with those pony up situations is probably what I want to do. Stay on his ass. By him. And I'm gonna speed throughout the corner. Damn it. That was just trash. That's me. Oh, I want this run so badly. Son of a bitch. Oh, man. So glad y'all are here. Sorry I'm behind on chat. I'm reading it, I'm just behind. Appreciate y'all though. We're gonna celebrate this victory. Oof, oof, oof. Ooh, got the Boofendorfer. Oof. That was me. That was just a sloppy pass. You gotta commit, man. You decide you're gonna buy somebody, you gotta go somebody because they're gonna fight back. And then, boom. That's right. That was just sloppy. Thing to do is just get in behind him and then get him off the back end. Let's try to see if we can act like we know what we're doing. And then that's the problem. Always on a terrible line. And you just destroyed the front end of the whole car at that point. This game would be fantastic with more realistic damage. iRacing and ACC got us covered. Right around them. There we go. And nice and clean through here. Just keep it going. And on to the next one. Let's go. Oh, somehow saved that. Let's go get these other dudes. The pace is so good. It's just those. It's just staying on the right side of control. Absolutely behind. Too much brakes. Just let it go. Shouldn't have done that. Brake late and accelerate early. Shit, looking at my brake balance. Oh, nice. screaming through. Oh, killed me. Go back, go back, go back. Ah, fuck that. I want to practice that actually. Now that I'm like trying to get better through this fucking like first turn, I want that to launch the run. Like every fucking position matters and fucking corner matters. Just come down. Still want this fool right here. This Corvette. Where's that ass going? These two fools. They're battling. A little miss there. It's alright. Just got nervous. I honestly think I should do that in first. I normally go down to first there. I need to keep going down to first. Carrying too much speed. Not enough, come on. Shit. This is tough. But this track is addicting, Carrion said it best. Three, two, one. See, I almost rolled out ahead of him that time. I just it was a little too slow. Same thing there, just too much brakes. I'm slowing down too much. I had to fucking pass. Oh, shit. Fucking message distracting me. Oh, fuck. I was on the brakes. It was just fucking stupid. I want to turn off that fucking party chat. Saved it. See, I lose pace on him. Alright, that was a little better. I normally lose on him going up that hill. Good. Not enough. Downshift to save it. Nice. Too soon. Down the first, so I can get around here. Yes. Fuck. Holy shit. Fuck. First. Come on. Fuck me. I thought I could save it. I gotta remember to pull first. It's just that simple. Like, you go up that hill, you pull first gear, which is an extra downshift from what the GUI says, but just makes it so much easier to get through that chicane. Inside that team. Shit. Bad exit. Better up that hill. Better. No! First. Inside. Too much contact. It's oh yeah, finally, nice. Get the power down. Damn it, that's crazy. Gotta hit the 8x. There's where you pull first. And now you can get through here. Hopefully. Still a little fucking... Shit. Really close. Really fucking close. I pulled first. I just didn't brake enough. Oh my goodness. And why is there heat on in this place? Hold on, yeah, I gotta deal with this real quick. It's blowing heat at me. Holy fuck. Shit. Hang on. Fuck me.
Flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapist anytime for no additional charge. Find more balance with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/legalAF today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/legalAF. Did you know that the best tasting honey on the planet comes from New Zealand? It's called Manuka honey. Manakura has absolutely mastered the art of beekeeping. Their super honey is always 100% raw and has a rich and creamy texture that's unlike anything you've ever tried before. It's a super honey, because of its unique antioxidants and prebiotics, as well as a natural antibacterial compound called MGO that only comes from the nectar of this tea tree. I tried the 850 MGO rated Manakura honey from the bottle, and wow, it was better than I could have ever imagined. Not to mention that it contains nutrients that support optimal immune and digestive health. Every batch is 100% traceable, with a unique QR code on every jar. You can verify potency and purity. You can even learn about the beekeeper that harvested your honey. I had my honey straight from the spoon and it was delicious by itself, but you can also add it to tea or coffee, pancakes, yogurt, salad dressing, ice cream, whatever you like. The creamy caramel texture melts in your mouth and it's unlike anything I've ever tried. Manakura. It's savory, it's delicious, and truly the best honey I've ever had in my life. Manakura's honey is available in a range of easy-to-use formats, including squeeze bottles and compostable honey sticks, so you can eat it straight or add to your favorite foods and drinks. If you head to manakura.com/legalaf or use code legalaf, you'll automatically get a free pack of honey sticks with your order. Get a free pack of honey.
All right, I'm back. All right, gang, we were black and running. One puff or one bowl. And then we are gonna fucking conquer this track. Ooh. Been a good Saturday. But we gotta fucking win. Or at least hit that podium. The championship. Oh. All right, gang. Let's go. I don't know which way I had that fucking cable. I don't know if it was like this or like that or like what. Trying to get situated. All right. All right. Boom, boom, boom. How's everybody doing? What is this? What did I just... I'm like not even on camera now. All right, the camera fell. Bingo, bango, bongo. All right, we're black. All right, hang on. There you go. There you go. All right. Let me scoot up. Get ready to go. All right, I was just feeling out my setup there. All right, here we go. least we didn't fucking wreck it. Fuck me. Woo! Fucking rails. Damn it. Oh, it just wide. Told y'all on the edge. shit. Go that way. Damn it. God damn it. Oh, fuck me. Horrible re-entry. Such a good. Shit. Oh, I want it so bad, gang. Let's get this. This racing line. So, a little bit more on the brakes there. Let's get past otherwise. Way too high of a gear. Steering. See that time the downshift helps stabilize the car.
What's up, Jay?
Oh, hey Maya.
Are you still playing this game?
Yeah, we're doing 9:30, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
yeah.
making sure you do.
Yeah. I assume Nitty will pop in, but yeah, I'm gonna stop in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, not worried. I mean, it's still half an hour out. Well, 40 minutes out-ish. So, but just checking on you, making sure.
Yeah, I'm alright. Trying to fucking get this running before this fucking show. I've been working, been practicing. But yeah, it's been relaxing. I just needed to fucking veg out.
Yeah, you look relaxed as hell.
Yeah. I just been smoking and drinking and racing.
Nice. All right, I'm gonna go put my face on. You have fun.
Maya, this is your fault. This is all your fault. Maya!
Damn women.
I'll see you in a little bit.
All right.
Oh, no. I did it. Gang, y'all know we about to get this one right. We about to launch on these fools. The funny thing is, I want to get this done so that after the show, I could go back. We could come back and do the next challenge. Oh, shit. All right, gang. I don't know. We might only have like one more run in us. The track is so long, it takes time to do 2 laps. We might have to come back after the show. I'll try to finish it if I can get a good run going. Nice. Slide. So if you stay in the right power band, you can accelerate through the curves. Damn it. Alright, gang, let's get ready for this show. We'll come back and fucking finish this afterwards. So disappointing. Let's give one more go. I don't know what my lap time is. That would tell me a lot. Oh, this brake balance is all the way fucked up. Ooh. Nice. So I'm trying to brake. So I can get her on him here. So I got it first. Woo. Woo. That was bad, but I'm trying to recover. It's the worst place for it to happen. Started thinking about time. So different, it was faster. Come on. Oh, fuck. This game fucking screws you. You don't know when it's gonna like fucking reset. Alright, we're done. We'll come back. We'll finish this after the fucking show. Son of a bitch. Alright, gang. Hit us up over at Pocket Locker for the stream with Maya and Nitty. God damn it. Alright, we'll see you then. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back later.
Got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and not to double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I my chances, baby, I just struck the lotto. And I be so gone, don't know where I go wrong. Don't remember last night, I blame it on the bottle. And I'm just living life, I would rather not question it. All the time invested, you could see that we was next to win. Over anything, I'll still be right here when they gone. I just had to put you in the sun, don't get me wrong. They all say I'm way too young, baby, I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you, some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got, and that gon' drive me crazy. She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then to double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you, some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got, and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush, I'ma still be here tomorrow. Had to take my chances, baby, I just struck the lotto. And I'll be so gone, don't know where I go wrong. Don't remember last night, I blame it on the bottle. And I'm just living life, I would rather not question it. All the time invested, you could see that we was next to win. Over anything, I'll still be right here when they gone. I just had to put you